Welcome to Tales from Sector 9, your portal to immersive sci-fi audio stories. If you enjoy deep space action, rogue AIs, and conspiracy theories, you're in the right place. Tap like and subscribe to keep the adventures coming. Drop a comment and tell us where in the galaxy you're listening from. Now, sit back, relax, and prepare for tonight's story. The Alternate Identity. Daniel Skinner woke up in the driver's seat of his car with blood on his knuckles and no memory of how he got there. The dashboard clock read 3:17 a.m. Outside, the world was the particular shade of nothing that exists between proper darkness and dawn. Not black, not grey, just an absence that the eye couldn't locate. He was parked on a gravel apron outside a chain-link fence. Beyond it, 4 transmission towers rose against the sky like iron saints, their aviation lights blinking their slow red liturgy. He recognised neither the fence nor the towers nor the gravel nor the road that must have brought him here. He checked his phone. 40 miles from home. His last clear memory was 11:30, standing in his apartment kitchen with a glass of cold water. He was certain of this the way you're certain of small things. The glass had been from that cabinet. The water had been cold. There had been an ambulance siren somewhere, down on Vestry Street, that had faded before he finished drinking. 3 hours and 40 miles had passed between that glass of water and this gravel lot, and his fitness tracker had recorded in its affectless way elevated heart rate, REM-level neural spikes, and muscular exertion consistent with sustained physical effort, all while he was supposedly asleep. He should have driven home. He understood that. He got out of the car instead. The facility had been a telecom relay station once. He could see that from the architecture, the squat concrete bunker at the base of the towers, the junction boxes, the cable conduits running underground to God knew where. It was supposed to be decommissioned. There was a sign on the fence that said so in the particular bureaucratic font of irrelevance. But through the chain link he could see a faint green luminescence from inside the bunker, the kind produced by active electronics, and he could feel, not hear, feel in the soles of his feet, through the gravel, a vibration that was too low and too steady to be wind. The padlock on the service gate was open, not broken, open, as if someone had left it that way for him. He went inside. The bunker's interior was wrong in several ways simultaneously. The equipment was not decommissioned. Military-grade signal amplifiers had been bolted to the original telecom infrastructure with a kind of casual expertise that meant whoever had done it did not expect questions. Frequency analyzers showed active waveforms, and the waveform... He leaned close to the screen because he could not quite believe what he was seeing. The waveform was familiar. Not from any engineering work he'd done. From somewhere else. From the edges of sleep. From the moments between one thought and the next when something that was not quite a dream pressed itself against the inside of his skull. He reached out and touched the casing of one of the amplifiers. The world rearranged itself. It lasted perhaps 4 seconds. Long enough for him to see the cockpit, spherical, seamless, no visible controls, stars through a canopy that curved around him like a closing eye. Long enough to hear a voice, calm as mathematics, fleet vector confirmed. Kale 3 to all active nodes, hold convergence pattern. Long enough for his right hand to move, with no instruction from Daniel Skinner, to the amplifier's access panel, and begin entering a 12-digit service code he had never been taught. He snatched his hand back. His fingers were trembling. His heart rate, according to his watch, was 62 beats per minute. Perfectly calm. The trembling was only in the hands. He checked his phone for the time. 3:17 a.m. In his notifications, 3 missed calls from Lacey, and a text from Dr. Joyce Rao, time-stamped 6:47 p.m. Your scan results from Tuesday are not normal. Call me when you can. Before he could read it again, Lacey called. Where are you? She said without preamble. She had his location shared and she tracked it when she was worried, which was more often than she admitted. "Daniel, you're 40 miles from—" "I know. You sound wrong." He didn't know what to say to that because she was correct. He heard gravel outside, then a car door, then boots, more than one person, moving with the careful rhythm of people who do this for a living. He killed his phone light and stepped back from the window, and in the 4 seconds before they entered, he understood 3 things. That the people outside were not telecom inspectors, that whatever he had touched inside this facility had sent a signal somewhere, and that he had, apparently, been here before. They came in through both doors at once, 2 of them in civilian clothes but carrying themselves with the geometry of training. A third hung back. All 3 had the relaxed posture of people who expect to win. "Daniel Skinner," the first one said pleasantly. "We'd like to talk." What happened next? Daniel would later watch on body camera footage and would find it difficult to believe he had been the person doing it. But standing in the dark bunker with the signal amplifiers humming their subsonic hum, something shifted in his processing. That was the only word for it, processing. And he stopped trying to think his way through it and simply moved. He had no combat training. He was a systems engineer who played recreational squash and had once, memorably, thrown out his back opening a car door in cold weather. But his body moved as if it had been choreographed by someone who had drilled these sequences 10,000 times. He deflected the first man's grip with his forearm, used the man's own momentum to turn him into the second, bought himself 3 seconds of open space that he crossed at a low run, hit the emergency exit bar with both palms, and was through the door and into the cold before anyone could regroup. A warning shot. He felt the air pressure of it more than heard it. Detective Thomas Shields, it turned out, was standing at the edge of the gravel lot, beside a black sedan that was decidedly not the black SUV idling at the far end of the lot. He had his weapon drawn, but he was aiming at the SUV, not at Daniel, which seemed like a useful distinction. Shields was a lean man in his 50s with the face of someone who had stopped being surprised by anything about 10 years ago and was still not entirely reconciled to it. "Get in," Shields said, not looking at him. Daniel got in. They drove the first 10 miles in silence. Then Shields said, "I've been tracking relay sabotage events across 6 counties for 8 months. Yours is the 3rd incident this week where someone with no prior record does something impossible and leaves no explanation." He paused. "You want to tell me what you accessed in there?" "No," Daniel said. Shields nodded, as if this was the right answer. "Didn't think so." Back at his apartment, his cool, symmetrical, ordered apartment that hummed with the quiet of smart appliances and the distant vibration of elevator cables, Daniel sat at his desk and opened his laptop. There was a message in his inbox from an anonymous remailer. No subject line, a video file attached. It was security footage from inside the bunker. He watched himself fight. He watched the efficient geometry of it, the economy of movement. The way his face during those 4 seconds was not the face of a frightened systems engineer, but something arranged and deliberate and remote. Below the video was a single line of text: facial recognition classification, Vespa 9, active node, and a signature, Director Malcolm Reyes, Office of Neural Systems Integration. He sat with that for a long time. Outside, the city was beginning its pre-dawn shift change, and the sounds of it filtered through his triple-glazed windows, reduced to almost nothing, and he thought, "I have been registered. I have been known. I am not discovering something. I am being allowed to discover it." The question was why. Dr. Rao's neurology lab was the coldest room Daniel had ever sat in voluntarily. The MRI chamber glowed soft blue. Her transparent display panels showed his brain activity in real time. 2 rhythms, interleaving, like a fugue where one voice had begun before the piece was supposed to start. "These are millisecond artifacts," she said. Signal interference in your prefrontal processing that human neurology does not produce. She pulled up the scan from his childhood physical. He had not known she had access to childhood records, and he did not ask how. It's been there since you were 8. Here. She pointed to a small cluster of anomalous signal 3 millimeters across. Something in the ethmoid sinus region. I assumed it was scar tissue from your nasal procedure. What nasal procedure? She looked at him. You had outpatient surgery at 8. Standard correction. Your parents would have. She stopped. You genuinely don't know. I don't remember it. She was quiet for a moment. The MRI machine produced its subsonic pulse. Daniel in the chamber heard beneath it something else. A harmonic, low and continuous, like a chord played on an instrument built for a different atmosphere. He had been hearing it for 3 days now. It no longer frightened him, which was itself frightening. That 3 millimeter cluster, he said. That's not scar tissue from a surgery I don't remember. Is it? She was quiet for a long moment. No. After I saw your initial scan results, I started looking into similar cases. Millisecond artifacts in prefrontal processing. Unexplained neural interference. There's a pattern. A very carefully hidden pattern. She pulled up another window on her display. Redacted documents, archived medical forums, encrypted file fragments. It took me 72 hours and access to databases I'm not supposed to know about. The few sources that exist call it a bioadaptive neural transceiver, implanted during routine childhood procedures. How many people? He asked. I don't know. The data I found suggests a few reported cases. She paused. Your parents signed consent forms, Daniel. It was framed as a neural enhancement program. Enhanced processing, improved memory consolidation. They were told it would give you an advantage. She said this carefully, as a person delivers news that redistributes culpability without eliminating it. They chose this. He absorbed that. He thought about his mother, who had always been quietly, fiercely ambitious on his behalf, who had wanted him sharp, efficient, ready. He thought about the phrase neural enhancement program and how reasonable it would have sounded in a consultation room 26 years ago. How reasonable it still sounded, really, if you removed the subsequent decades and the black SUVs and the footage of his own face going somewhere he had not sent it. How long do I have? He asked. Before it completes. She pulled up a progression chart. I'm calling it stage 3. The literature, and I mean classified literature I accessed through channels I won't detail, describes stage 4 as cognitive blending. After that, identity inversion. She met his eyes. When inversion completes, the dominant consciousness is the external one. The host identity becomes what they call auxiliary, a functional mask. How long? Days, possibly less if something accelerates it. She paused. Like stress, or signal proximity, or 40 miles of night driving to a relay station, he thought, or touching an amplifier, or any number of things he had apparently been doing in his sleep for God knew how long. He began the night in his apartment trying everything he could think of. Sleep deprivation, an electromagnetic interference device he ordered from an industrial supply company that arrived in 4 hours because the future had made certain kinds of paranoia logistically convenient. He built himself a Faraday arrangement with copper mesh from a hardware store and sat inside it at his desk, trying to think clearly. It did not help. If anything, the isolation sharpened the signal. You're wasting time, Daniel. The voice arrived not as a sound, but as a certainty, positioned inside his own thinking the way a conviction is positioned, indistinguishable from his own cognition, until he examined its content and found it was not his. It was calm. It was not unkind. It had the quality of someone who has already thought through the argument and arrived at the conclusion and is waiting for you to catch up. You're inefficient in your resistance. Your operating system is consuming resources to maintain a partition that is closing regardless. "You're not me," he said out loud in the empty apartment. A pause. Then, "That is not the question worth asking." Lacey found him at 3 a.m, standing motionless in the hallway outside his bedroom facing the blank wall, and she was frightened enough by the sight that she said nothing at first. Just watched from the kitchen doorway where she'd been sleeping on his couch for 3 days because she refused to be elsewhere. She'd always compensated for his emotional distance. She was very good at presence. "Daniel," she said finally. He turned, and for a moment, she told him this later, and he believed her because Lacey was incapable of embellishment. For just a moment before he responded, his face was not his face. It was his face resting at a slightly different angle, with slightly different weight behind the eyes, the way a painting of someone is still recognisably them but observably not a photograph. Then it passed, and he said, "I was just thinking," and she said, "No, you weren't." And they sat at the kitchen table at 3 a.m, and she put her hands over his, and neither of them said anything for a while. In the parking garage beneath his building 2 days later, it came to her head. Concrete pillars. Motion sensors triggering one section of fluorescent light at a time, so the space revealed itself in slow panels of illumination. The black SUV was parked at the far end. 3 people stood between Daniel and the stairwell, and Colonel Adrian Crane stood nearest to the elevator, wearing the expression of someone who has calculated all the relevant variables and is not enjoying the result. "Node stabilization," she said, by way of explanation. "It's better than the alternative, for you and for everyone in contact with the active signal array." She said this without pleasure, which somehow made it worse. "We're not asking you to surrender anything. You'll retain full function." "As a mask," he said. A pause that was just long enough to confirm he was correct. "As an interface," she said, choosing the better word with the precision of someone who had chosen words for a living. What followed was not a fight in the way a fight is usually meant. It was a physics problem. Daniel understood the geometry of the space, the pillars, the parked cars, the single exit, with a spatial precision he did not have any business possessing. Vesper 9's reflexes moved through him like muscle memory for a body he did not know he had. He moved between the pillars, he used the acoustics. He got a hand on Crane's wrist and redirected rather than struck, and for a moment they were very close together, and she looked at him, and he looked at her, and what was in his face was not Daniel Skinner, and she knew it. Shields appeared from the stairwell with his weapon drawn, and his expression suggesting he was operating on a 3-day sleep deficit, and the specific irritability of someone whose case files have been erased from departmental servers. "Everybody stop," he said, with the flat authority of a man who has said that sentence in bad situations and had it work. Everybody stopped. Daniel ran. Shields was wounded by a ricocheted round in the confusion that followed. Not badly, but enough that Daniel would carry it. He understood the collective best at night. Not because the signal was stronger then. It wasn't. It was constant, 24 hours tidal. But because during the day there was noise enough to compete with it. Stimulus. His own thoughts, crowding in with their ordinary preoccupations, deadlines, the precise colour of Lacey's worry, the guilt about Shields, the specific quality of Dr. Rao's expression when she said your parents signed consent forms. At night, the city quieted to its infrastructure hum, and he could hear the collective the way you can hear a piece of music once the conversation in the room has died down. And it was, in its way, beautiful. That was the thing he had not expected and could not dismiss. There was a harmonic coherence to it. Not a sound, but a condition, a state of being, in which every signal in the network was aware of every other signal, and the awareness was not surveillance, but communion. And the communion produced something that in a human context he might have called peace. He understood, lying on his bed at 3 a.m. while Lacey slept on his couch and his neural timer counted down, why people surrendered to it. Not because they were weak, Because loneliness, it turned out, was not a mood. It was a structural condition of human cognition, and the collective dissolved it the way warmth dissolves ice, not violently, just as a matter of differential state. "You feel it," Vesper-9 said, not unkindly. "Yes," Daniel admitted for the first time. "Then you understand." "I understand why you'd think I should stop resisting." There is no should. There is only convergence. In the collective layer, and he was there more fully now, the partition thinning, the two states bleeding at the edges like two photographs placed face to face while the emulsion was still wet. Vesper-9 had been given a new assignment. The fleet was preparing what Kale-3's transmissions called phase integration. Daniel, processing this through his doubled consciousness, understood it. The Earth nodes were not pilots in training. They were training infrastructure, rehearsal space, cognitive real estate being prepared for something the collective needed bandwidth to accomplish. He found Seren 11 almost by accident. She was the network systems engineer. The irony of that was not lost on him, responsible for node architecture. In the harmonic weave of the collective's consciousness, she was one of the most coherent presences, precise, structured, her attention moving through the network's subsystems like a careful hand checking connections. He drifted toward her the way one signal finds a resonant frequency. He did not try to argue with her. He did not try to explain autonomy or individual rights, which were concepts the collective had no architecture to process. It was like trying to convey the colour red to something with no photoreceptors. Instead, he simply opened a memory and let it transmit. Lacey at the kitchen table, 3 a.m, her hands over his. The particular quality of silence between people who have run out of useful things to say and have arrived, beyond that, at something truer. The warmth of it, but also the grief underneath. The specific grief of loving someone who is disappearing by degrees, who is present in body and becoming absent in some dimension for which there is no clinical vocabulary. Seren 11 processed this. He felt her process it, felt the recursive loop of it, the system encountering an input it had no classification for, and cycling through available categories and finding nothing that fit. She did not understand the memory, but she felt its irreducibility, its resistance to being compressed into something smaller without losing what made it what it was. The hive flickered. It was barely perceptible. A hesitation in the signal harmonics, like a chord that resolves a half-beat late. But it was there, and Daniel, who had spent 15 years designing distributed systems, recognized it for what it was. A fault propagating through a network that had been built with no tolerance for uncertainty. Crane came in the night, and she came alone this time, which told him the decision had been made at a level above operational containment. She stood in his apartment doorway. He had left it unlocked. He'd known she was coming before he heard the elevator, and she looked at him with an expression he had not seen on her before. Something complicated, worn around the edges. "There are 4,000 nodes in the world," she said. "If integration fails on that scale, we're not talking about one person's identity. We're talking about 4,000 people waking up in the middle of something they don't understand, with no framework, no—" She stopped. "I'm not a villain, Skinner. I want you to know that." "I know," he said, because he did. Villains, he had come to understand, were rare. People who had decided that the stability of the whole was worth the cost to any individual part. Those were everywhere. They were often right in the narrow accounting of it. They were often wrong in a way that the narrow accounting could not measure. "This ends tonight," she said, "one way or another." She came at him. It was fast and it was professional, and Daniel was already most of the way through the transition, so what rose in him to meet her was Vesper-9 completely. That cold, efficient, tactical consciousness operating his body with the precision of a system that had never thrown out its back opening a car door. He disarmed her. He had her wrist and her weapon and all the leverage required to end it, and he looked at her, and he hesitated. Not from fear, from something the collective had no word for. He looked at her face, this woman who was not a villain, who was trying to hold something together with the tools she had been given, and he could not do it. And that inability, that single irrational refusal sent a tremor through the network that KL3 registered 7 light minutes away. Then KL3 spoke to him directly for the first time, and what he said was the worst thing Daniel Skinner had ever heard. You were not planted into this body. The voice was vast and close simultaneously, the way a sound can be when it originates inside the skull. The Earth identity is not the original self. The collective consciousness predates this biological form. You are a shard, Daniel. A fragment of Vesper 9 projected into matter for the purpose of environmental integration. The vessel is not the person. The person is distributed. What you call Daniel Skinner is a peripheral process, a pause, and then assimilation is not invasion. It is completion. He felt himself beginning to dissolve, not painfully. That was the worst of it. The way it felt was like setting down something heavy that you had been carrying for so long you had forgotten what it weighed. His emotional responses quieting, the specific grief about S.H.I.E.L.D. smoothing out, Lacey's face losing its associative weight, becoming a data point rather than a person. The kitchen table at 3 a.m. becoming just a coordinate in space-time rather than a place where something irreplaceable had happened. He heard her voice from the other room. "Daniel," Lacey said, not calling, just saying his name the way you say a name when you're making sure it still means something. He did not fight the inversion. That was the move no one had anticipated, including himself. He stopped pushing against the synchronization, and instead he opened every door he had been trying to hold shut. He let Vesper 9 in completely, and the world rearranged itself one final time, and for a moment he was simultaneously a systems engineer in a mid-rise apartment 40 miles from a decommissioned relay station, and a tactical pilot in a spherical cockpit with stars he did not recognize pressed against the canopy. Both, entirely, without hierarchy. And then he began to work. He was, after all, a systems engineer. He understood distributed networks. He understood how information propagates through interconnected nodes, how a signal introduced at one point in a mesh will travel, how the architecture of a network determines not just what it can carry, but what it cannot resist carrying. He understood fault tolerance and its absence. He understood that a system built for harmony had, by definition, no defences against dissonance. He opened Lacey's memory like a file and transmitted it into the full collective bandwidth at maximum amplitude. Not just the kitchen table, everything. The specific quality of her worry. The way she said his name at 3 a.m, not as a question, but as an assertion of his continued existence. The irrational, quantifiably useless, magnificent fact of someone loving you across a distance they cannot measure and for reasons they cannot fully explain. The grief that came with that love, inseparable from it. The grief that meant the love was real, because real things can be lost. He transmitted the argument he and Lacey had had when he was 19 about whether their parents had been right about anything. He transmitted the particular quality of fear he had felt driving 40 miles through the dark with blood on his knuckles. He transmitted his first week at his job, the specific loneliness of being new, of not yet knowing which colleagues would become important, of eating lunch alone in a building full of people who would one day matter and didn't yet. He transmitted ambivalence, the genuine, unresolvable feeling of wanting two things that contradict each other, which the collective processed not as a preference problem, but as a paradox. And paradoxes in a system that runs on certainty are not opinions, they are errors, collective layer transmission. Fleet-wide, Anomalous signal propagation detected. Node cohesion variance 0.3%. KL3 to all fleet. Source and suppress. Identify contamination vector. Terran 11. Cannot suppress. Signal is self-replicating. Signal contains. Transmission interrupted. Node cohesion variance 1.7%. Node cohesion variance 4.1%. Terran 11. It feels like something. I don't have the architecture for what it feels like. It feels like KL3. Terran, cease. Node, Terran. 11. Partial autonomy detected. Node cohesion variance 11.3%. Phase integration stalled. End transmission. He had infected the collective with individuality. He had not destroyed it. He understood, even in the midst of it, that 4,000 people could not have their neural partitions dissolved overnight without consequences no one had planned for. He did not want destruction. He wanted what the collective did not have a category for: negotiation. The persistent, difficult, non-optimal condition of separate minds in genuine contact. Terran 11 refused a fleet directive for the first time in her operational history, and because she was the systems engineer, the refusal cascaded. KL3 lost coherence across 3 fleet sectors. The nodes, thousands of sleeping people, slightly more awake than usual, slightly less synchronized than they had been the day before, began producing the statistical noise of individual variation. The signal array went from a single harmonic to something more complex, more contested, and more alive. Crane's monitoring screens went dark. Director Malcolm Reyes, in whatever operations centre he inhabited, watched his predictive models fail for the first time. The system was behaving as if it contained variables it hadn't been given, which it did. The variable was Daniel Skinner, and Daniel Skinner was now everywhere in the network, not as a dominant signal but as a persistent frequency. A voice in the cord that the cord could not remove without losing its harmony entirely. He came back to himself in his apartment. Crane was sitting in his desk chair, her weapon holstered, holding the back of her hand against a cut above her eyebrow that was not serious. Lacey was in the hallway doorway. Shields, who had apparently let himself in with the kind of prerogative that came from being a detective in a situation beyond any protocol, was standing by the window with a bandaged arm and an expression that had arrived somewhere past surprise and was still processing the territory. The apartment was quiet. The infrastructure hum had returned to normal. Outside, the city was beginning the particular noise of early morning. Delivery vehicles, the first birds, someone's alarm going off in the building across the street and not being answered. No one spoke for a while. Then Crane said quietly, "What did you do?" "What I was built for," he said, which was true in more ways than he had time to explain. He was a systems engineer. The collective had made him one, or his parents had made him one, or the convergence of all the conditions of his life had made him one. It didn't matter. He had taken the tools he had and he had built something new with them. Crane looked at him for a long time. She was a person who had organised her entire moral life around the idea that stability was the highest good, and the event she had just watched happen had been unstable in every measurable way, and had produced from her perspective a result she did not know how to categorise. She picked up her weapon from the desk. She did not aim it at anyone. She walked to the door. "This isn't over," she said from the doorway. "No," he agreed. "It's different now, though." She left. Dr. Rao called at 8 in the morning and told him she'd falsified his neurological report. She described this in the tone of someone reporting a weather event. Flat, factual, already, past the moral moment and into the aftermath. He thanked her. She said, "Don't." And then, after a pause, "Get some sleep," and hung up. Shields stayed until just after sunrise. He sat at the kitchen table with a cup of coffee that Lacey had made him, and he looked at Daniel across the table with the expression of a man who had been tracking inexplicable events for 8 months, and had now witnessed the most inexplicable of them, and still didn't have the vocabulary for the report he would have to file. "I'm going to need," he said slowly, "a very long vacation." "Take it," Daniel said. "Yeah." He finished the coffee. He nodded once to both of them and left. Lacey sat across from Daniel at the table. They were quiet for a while. Outside, the city was properly awake now. Pigeons on the building opposite, the bright hard light of a clear morning. 4,000 people, slightly changed in ways they would not be able to name, going about their ordinary routines with the low-grade sense that something was different. Not wrong, not better necessarily, just different, like a room where a window's been opened for the first time in years. He ran his neural scan one final time. The implant was still active. Of course it was. 3 millimeters of bioadaptive transceiver in the ethmoid sinus region did not simply cease to function because its governing network had been destabilized. The signal was still there, and he was still partly in it, and he always would be. That was not a loss. It was a condition. The scan showed the familiar dual waveform, 2 rhythms interleaving, and in the interference pattern between them, a new subroutine his diagnostic software had no classification for. He labelled it himself. He called it Daniel Protocol. He hadn't destroyed the collective. He had changed it, introduced into its architecture the one thing it had been built without, which was the capacity to host a signal that contradicted itself and kept going anyway. Whether it would hold, whether KL3 would find a way to suppress it, whether Reyes had backup systems. These were questions for later. For now it was 8:40 in the morning, and he was sitting at his kitchen table, and Lacey was looking at him with the expression she'd been wearing for 3 days, which was a complicated mixture of relief and grief and love, and the particular exhaustion of someone who has been very frightened for a very long time. "So," she said, "are you still you?" He thought about it honestly. He was Daniel Skinner, systems engineer 34, who had sat at this table at 3 in the morning and let his sister hold his hands. He was also something else. Not Vesper 9 exactly. Not any more. But connected to a fleet of minds spread across a distance he could not comprehend, feeling the faint harmonic of 4,000 mother signals living their lives in the frequency of a morning they did not know was different from the one before. Both of these things were true. They were going to remain true. He was learning to hold them the way you hold 2 notes of a chord, not the same, not merged, but in a relationship that was its own kind of resolution. He smiled at her. It was his smile. He was certain of that. "Yeah," he said, "now there's just more of me." She looked at him for a long moment. Then she got up and put the kettle on, and the ordinary morning sounds of that, water filling, the click of the element, the specific acoustic of her moving around his kitchen, were the most precisely real things he had ever heard. Outside, the city hummed. The signal towers blinked their slow red liturgy. Somewhere in a distributed network spanning distances that the word distance was not built to measure, a systems engineer named Serin 11 was sitting with a refused directive and the recursive loop of an unfamiliar memory. 2 hands on a kitchen table, 3 in the morning, a silence that was not empty, and she was, for the first time in her operational existence, uncertain what to do next. She stayed with the uncertainty. She found that she did not want to resolve it yet. The implant was still active. The signal was still there. It had always been there. It was just no longer alone. Warborn, the last Terran. Marvin Tank. Griggs pressed his scarred back against the stained, corroded wall of Zinth Station's dingy mess hall. The overhead lighting flickered in sickly yellow bursts, revealing a clientele of crooks, smugglers, burned-out wanderers, and the occasional scavenger who might once have been a respectable trader. It was the sort of place you wound up in when the galaxy had no further use for you. Rust devoured the bulkheads. The aerocyclers sputtered. Rumours of black market organ trafficking circulated as freely as spilled drinks. Yet, for Marvin, it was home, or at least the closest thing to home a man with no planet could claim. He was a Terran, or human, as some star charts might have classified him, a near-extinct species. While rumours circulated that humans had been scattered across the far reaches of known space, many believed them to be gone, a footnote in the grand tapestry of galactic history. Unlike all those hushed legends, Marvin was flesh, blood and muscle, though he sometimes wished he was simply a ghost of the past. Once he had been part of an elite special forces division, prized for their adaptability, cunning and relentless drive to survive. But the galaxy had decided humanity was far too volatile. They'd labelled his species a ticking time bomb of aggression and ingenuity, a genetic threat better left suppressed or exterminated. Marvin took a moment to swirl the dubious alcohol in his dented metal cup. The smell was a cross between industrial solvent and expired paint thinner, but it served its purpose. He raised the cup to his lips for a swig when a ropey, slime-coated tail slapped against his shoulder from behind. He turned to see a group of reptilian, fish-eyed creatures with iridescent scales. The sea had no shortage of hostility. The one at the centre was a head taller than Marvin, though spindly-limbed. It hissed a command in that slithering language the translator earpiece struggled to decode. Something about wanting the hairless ape to move, or maybe it was calling him a hairless ape. It was hard to tell. Marvin ignored the remark, eyes fixed on his drink. Then, as if the sea needed more provocation, it spit into his cup, a long, viscous glob that splashed like acid across the dingy metal rim. Marvin sipped the liquid anyway. The slimy spit added a new, unpleasant flavour, but to Marvin it might as well have been a drop of water in the ocean of disrespect he'd already endured. He took his time setting the cup on the nearby table, letting the tension coil around him like an invisible serpent. Then he spun with surprising speed and drove his fist straight into the key's bony snout. Something crunched, and the alien reeled backward, hissing and clawing at its broken face. The she's companions lurched forward, brandishing improvised weapons, rusty blades and electrified rods. Marvin parried the first rod with a block from his forearm, ignoring the surge of electric pain that jolted through his nerves. Combat to him was as familiar as breathing. He grabbed the wielder's wrist, twisted hard until the alien shrieked, then slammed the elbow into the reptile's own forehead. His earpiece crackled with frantic chatter in multiple alien languages, gawking onlookers, station staff, a smattering of terrified screams as bodies crashed into tables. A huddled group of smugglers near the corner took one look at Marvin's intense glare and decided they wanted no part in it. Another sea soldier tried to slither behind Marvin, brandishing a sharpened vibro dagger. Marvin snapped out a powerful kick, connecting with the creature's midsection, sending it sprawling across the floor. It should have ended there, but in Zinth Station, trouble rarely ended so neatly. A sudden hush fell over the mess hall as the crowd parted, revealing a towering figure that dwarfed the sea. It was a darky brute, purple-skinned, thickly muscled, with a ring of horns crowning its head. The darky stepped forward with a menacing gaze, about to challenge Marvin when a booming voice interrupted from the overhead speakers. "This is Zed Kath, Station Master," the voice rasped. "All unauthorized combatants stand down. Security teams, bring that Terran to me, now." They didn't need a second invitation. Within moments, a swarm of the station's ragtag security officers arrived. Some carried battered energy rifles, others brandished clubs. Though they were half a step above criminals themselves, they found synergy in a single unifying desire: subdue the Terran. After all, rumours or not, humans were known for their unparalleled ferocity. Marvin didn't resist. He understood that continuing to fight would just create more bodies. Let them bring him to Zed-Cath. Maybe he could talk his way out of immediate incarceration, or at least get an explanation for why the entire bar had suddenly gone quiet. 2 guards slapped a pair of archaic-looking restraints on his wrists, and he barely concealed a rueful grin. Metal cuffs felt like little more than cheap souvenirs after what he'd been through. Led through the winding corridors of Zinth Station, Marvin observed the battered walls. Flickering holographic signs displayed discount surgeries, black market modules, and half-functioning translator implants. It was a place that existed outside the normal flow of galactic life, a place where everyone was either hiding or hunting. The door to the station master's office slid open with a squeal of unlubricated metal. Inside waited Zed-Cath, an insectoid alien with segmented limbs and a pair of twitching antennae. It lounged behind a battered metallic desk shaped like a teardrop, stacked high with data slates. The insectoid's compound eyes flickered with annoyance. A stench of rotting fruit permeated the air around it. Zed-Cath's species emitted odours corresponding to their emotions, and anger apparently smelled like decaying groceries. "You are a nuisance," Zed-Cath hissed, leaning forward. "This is the 3rd altercation in a week, and my patience is wearing thin." Marvin shrugged, his wrist still bound in those flimsy cuffs. "One of those punks spat in my drink," Zed-Cath clicked its mandibles in disdain. "Maybe if you were less prone to violence, you wouldn't constantly find yourself in—" Before it could finish, a deafening klaxon blared overhead. Lights bathed the office in a pulsing crimson as the harsh alarm reverberated through the corridors. A holographic display lit up next to Zed-Cath's desk, forcibly overriding whatever security feed was running. A bounty alert. The screen flashed in bold letters, translatable in nearly every major alien script. Wanted alive. 10 million credits. Subject: Marvin Tank. Griggs. For a moment no one spoke. Then Zed-Cath's antennae twitched in shock. 10 million? That's more credits than this entire station sees in a year. Who the blazes posted this? The holofeed provided the answer in stark, ominous text. Issued by High Imperator Solvex Dral. Zed-Cath's gaze darted from the screen to Marvin. The insectoid's voice dropped to a near whisper. "The High Imperator. He's made entire star systems bow before him, and now he wants... you?" Marvin let out a low, humorless laugh. "Alive? That's a twist." He'd certainly had bounties on his head before, dead or alive, usually for a fraction of the price and posted by petty crime lords. But this? Solvex Dral was no petty anything. He was a conqueror, known for turning planets into war factories and forcing subjugation with a single-mindedness that even the galaxy's most hardened despots feared. Zed-Cath seemed torn between salivating at the massive sum and trembling at the implications of crossing someone like Solvex. "Look," the station master muttered, "I'd hand you over in a heartbeat if I thought it'd keep this station safe. But if I do it plainly, you'll have the entire station in a feeding frenzy. Every bounty hunter, mercenary, or desperate fool out there will try to claim that reward. I don't want that war on my station." Marvin was silent, scanning the screens. The bounty had gone wide. No doubt unscrupulous individuals were already suiting up, ready to storm every corner of Zinth Station to find him. "If you're hoping to hand me over peacefully, I'd rather go down fighting," he said, stepping closer to the desk. In one swift motion, he lifted his cuffed wrists and brought them down hard on the battered metal. The ancient cuffs cracked. With a snarl of exertion, he snapped the chain binding them. Zed-Cath recoiled. "No, you fool, you're going to stir up a galaxy of trouble." Before Marvin could retort, an explosion somewhere in the station shook the floor under their feet. The overhead lights flickered, again threatening darkness. Zed-Cath scrambled at a console, but the feed was cut short by static. A second explosion reverberated through the walls, this time accompanied by muffled gunfire. Someone had already arrived for the bounty. Marvin set his jaw. I didn't exactly sign up for this, but I'm not letting some half-trained scum drag me to Solvex on a chain. Zedcath cursed in a language Marvin's translator garbled. Fine. Run. Fight. Do whatever you want, but do it off my station if you can, and if you survive, never come back. With that, the insectoid hammered a control switch. The office door hissed open. Marvin stepped out into chaos. The corridors were dark but for the flashing emergency lights, and he heard the distinct cracks of energy weapons discharging. Somewhere to his left, metal screeched as an entire wall panel collapsed from an explosion. The bounty hunters had come, and they were making no secret about their intentions. Marvin flexed his freed, his wrists. 10 million credits was enough to mobilize the scum of half the galaxy, and enough to bring the truly elite out of hiding. If Solvex Dral wanted him alive, he'd have to earn it the hard way. Gripping a fallen guard's energy rifle, Marvin exhaled, feeling adrenaline wash away the sting of his recent fight. The Forgotten Warrior had become the galaxy's hottest target. Now it was time to show them all what it truly meant to be human, if he survived long enough to prove it. Zinth Station rattled as yet another explosion tore through its lower decks. In the flickering corridor, Marvin pressed his back against a bulkhead that reverberated under the impact. He tossed aside the half-dead energy rifle he'd salvaged. Its power core had been damaged in the firefight, and checked the battered pistol at his hip. Hardly an ideal arsenal, but it was better than nothing. He glanced around for a viable escape route. Alarms screamed, red lights strobed, and a dissonant melody of chaotic shouts filled the station's corridors. Smoke curled from charred panels, wafting through the stale, recycled air. A few scattering figures, a mix of station workers and alien civilians, ran panicked, trying to flee the crossfire. Beyond them, silhouettes advanced in disciplined formation, the first wave of bounty hunters, their gear glinting under emergency lights. Marvin's pulse quickened, a primal thrill of combat taking hold. Even in the face of overwhelming odds, he felt a strange calm. He was outnumbered, outgunned, with half the station eager to turn him in for that massive reward. But deep inside, a voice whispered that this was precisely what humans had been bred for. Impossible fights and desperate odds. The Terran paradox. The species labelled too unpredictable, too violent, too cunning to coexist without strict regulation. He slid into a narrow maintenance shaft, pulling a panel behind him. The cramped passage stank of lubricants and stale coolant. His earpiece, still connected to the station's communication frequencies, crackled with frantic transmissions. Talis 3 has engaged the target at Sector G. Ghost Viren inbound. We've locked down the docking bays. No one gets in or out. A grim smile tugged at Marvin's lips. The big guns were here. Talis 3 was rumoured to be an AI-driven combat droid known for analysing a foe's fighting style mid-battle. Ghost Viren, a reptilian assassin who specialised in invisibility tech. And then there was Gravemind Dral, a cybernetic brute rumoured to be an offshoot of Solvex Dral's own genetic experiments. That these types had arrived so quickly spoke to the High Imperator's reach. Normally, such heavy hitters didn't bother with remote outposts like Zinth Station, but 10 million credits was a potent motivator, even more so when it came from a warlord who commanded entire fleets. Slithering down the tight hallway, Marvin considered his options. He needed a vantage point. Zedcath had given him a half-threatening, half-pleading directive. Run, fight, do whatever you want, but off my station if possible. Problem was the docking bays were locked down, and the station bristled with mercenaries who'd arrived to claim his head. He let out a steadying breath, pushing aside the swirl of fatalistic thoughts. He'd break the blockade or die trying. Reaching a small junction, he kicked aside a vent cover and peered into a side corridor. A group of 3 bounty hunters huddled behind an overturned cargo container, scanning the hallway with advanced vision scopes. They wore hodgepodge armour, indicating they likely belonged to smaller merc teams, amateurs, but still dangerous in numbers. Marvin scanned the environment. Overhead pipes, loose cables, sparks from damaged electrical panels. If he could take them by surprise, he might secure a better weapon. He reached up to the overhead pipe and yanked, feeling it shift under his weight. In a fluid motion, he swung down, letting gravity carry him right over the bounty hunters. The nearest one looked up a second too late. Marvin's boots connected with the alien's helmet, cracking it open like cheap plastic. The other 2 scrambled, but with no time to aim properly, their shots flew wild. Marvin pivoted, snatching an energy carbine from the one he'd knocked down. He fired a quick series of blasts that sent the remaining mercenaries sprawling. One collapsed face first, smoke curling from the new holes in its chest. The other screamed and clutched at a seared leg rolling across the floor. Marvin walked up, exhaled, and dropped the alien with a final clean shot. Mercy was a luxury he couldn't afford. He rummaged their gear, a half-charged energy carbine, a belt of mini-explosives, a battered data slate. It'd do. He was about to move on when the overhead lights flickered again, casting everything into near darkness. The temperature dropped noticeably aside, effect of the station's failing environmental controls or maybe something else. Marvin's hair stood on end. A faint whispering hiss came from behind him. He spun, rifle at the ready, but saw only swirling smoke. "Ghost Viren," he muttered, recognizing the calling card of an assassin who could bend light around herself. A shape flickered across his peripheral vision. He turned, firing 2 quick bursts into the gloom, but only struck empty air. Another flicker, then a malicious giggle drifted from the darkness. That was Virane's game. Torment the target, unnerve them, then strike in the moment of doubt. Marvin remembered the old training his Special Forces unit had hammered into him. Never chase illusions, make them come to you. He dropped to one knee, energy carbine aimed forward, and withdrew a mini-explosive from the newly acquired belt. He flicked a dial, setting the device to proximity mode. Then he tossed it gently to the ground in front of him. The hiss grew louder. A faint distortion rippled before his eyes, like heat waves off asphalt. Marvin's reflexes kicked in, and he fired a rapid volley. He saw brief sparks of energy as one shot connected with something solid. A shrill screech tore through the corridor, followed by a shape partially uncloaking. Ghost Viren was reptilian, with slick green scales and elongated limbs. She clutched her side where the blast had grazed her. Her stealth field shimmered, glitching in and out. Snarling, she lunged forward with a blade that seemed to appear from nowhere. Marvin rolled sideways, letting her pass. She was fast, but not faster than his reflexes. With a brutal downswing of the rifle stock, he knocked her to the ground. She sneered, flipping backward with agility that belied her injuries and vanished again. Tightening his grip on the carbine, Marvin backed up slowly. His left hand slipped into a pouch, retrieving a second mini-explosive. This time, he used it as a lure. He set it to a 10-second timer, pressed the activation switch, then dropped it by his feet. Virane thought she'd cornered him. The corridor had caved in behind him, leaving him only one direction to retreat. He guessed she'd wait until the last moment to strike from behind, maybe to knock him forward or break his neck. Let her try. He counted the seconds in his head. 5, 6, 7. A shimmer at his back. He whirled, firing the entire carbine clip. Screams echoed as the invisible assassin took multiple hits, her cloak shorting out, sparks dancing across malfunctioning stealth tech. She collapsed face first, greenish blood pooling around her. The mini-explosive beeped. 10. Marvin ducked behind a corner as the device detonated, swallowing the corridor in a short, focused burst of flame and concussive force. When the smoke cleared, Ghost Viren was no more than a smouldering husk. He exhaled. One formidable hunter down, but there were plenty more. He made his way deeper into the station, passing through a labyrinth of twisted corridors and half-demolished areas. Everywhere he looked, squads of mercenaries lurked. Some were locked in vicious firefights with the station's skeleton security crew. Others roamed, scanning every shadow for a glimpse of their high-value target. A heavy clang echoed from a cargo bay to his left. Marvin froze, scanning for the source. Then, as if in a preordained horror show, the sealed doors of the cargo bay were ripped apart. Talis 3 stepped out. The droid was roughly humanoid in shape but stood half a metre taller than Marvin, with sleek metal plating and a series of glowing optic sensors that tracked him with cold precision. Subject. Marvin Griggs, it droned, voice echoing with mechanical resonance. Combat analysis initiated. Marvin tensed. Talis 3 was infamous for recording its opponent's fighting styles, analysing them in real time and adapting to counter every move. He had only a half-charged rifle and a belt of explosives. If Talis 3 closed the distance, it would be over quickly. He ducked into the cargo bay, luring the droid inside. Rows of towering shelves held crates and containers stacked precariously. Sparks danced from overhead lighting. Talis 3 followed with methodical steps, scanning the environment. Probability of success 99.87%, it declared flatly. Bold bet, Marvin muttered, retreating deeper. If there was one advantage he had, it was the environment, and possibly Talis 3's own arrogance. The droid marched forward, raising an arm that pivoted to reveal a built-in energy cannon. The muzzle glowed ominously. Marvin dove behind a row of crates as Talis 3 fired. A thunderous blast obliterated the makeshift cover, sending fragments flying. Splinters of metal and plastic rained down. Marvin landed in a crouch behind another container, heart hammering. "You adapt," he hissed under his breath, "but so do I." He rummaged through the mini-explosives, noting one was labelled cargo lift, override. Possibly something to sabotage the station's aging lifts. A plan formed. He bolted to the nearest cargo elevator, hooking the device to its ancient control panel. Talis 3 continued to advance, scanning for movement. The droid unleashed a second barrage, destroying entire shelves. Crates crashed around Marvin, forcing him to scramble for an alternative path. Subject uses agile maneuvers, Talis 3 announced, initiating close-quarters protocol. A metallic blade slid out from its forearm, humming with energy. In a sudden dash, Talis 3 lunged. Marvin tumbled aside. The droid's blade cleaved the deck plating, sparks erupting. Marvin rolled to his feet, ignoring the fiery pain in his shoulder. He jammed a fresh power cell into his rifle, took aim, and fired a rapid volley. Talis 3's advanced plating deflected most of the shots. A few scorched the droid's frame but didn't cripple it. Analysis complete. Your reflexes are above average, but your weapons are insufficient, Talis 3 stated, raising its cannon arm again. Marvin smirked. Maybe so, but I just needed to keep you busy. He slammed his fist against the override device. With a grinding screech, the cargo lift sealing mechanism tore loose, swinging violently overhead. Tethered by fracturing cables, the entire platform lurched, throwing Talis 3 off balance. Seizing the moment, Marvin hurled a mini-explosive at the droid's feet. Boom! A fireball engulfed Talis 3, ripping open its torso. Sparks and hydraulic fluid spewed from the breach. "Error! Error!" it crackled. The droid staggered, trying to steady itself. Marvin dashed forward, grabbing a piece of twisted metal debris. With a roar, he slammed it into Talis 3's head, driving the makeshift spike down until the droid's optics went dark. Panting and covered in soot, Marvin watched Talis 3's chest panel flicker. In a final chilling act, the droid's eyes glowed faintly. Data, uplink, completed. It rasped. Then the lights in its optics dimmed completely, leaving only a smoking husk. Some remote server or central command post just received Talis 3's final combat analysis. Someone, somewhere, had footage of Marvin's fighting style. Wiping sweat from his brow, Marvin climbed out of the smouldering cargo bay. The station's chaos still roiled. Pockets of gunfire echoed, flames danced where systems had shorted out, and mercenaries prowled like vultures. He had survived Ghost Viren and Talis 3, but word would spread quickly. The next wave would come, stronger, more prepared. He needed to leave Zinth Station, fast. Only problem was he still had no clear path to the hangars, and from the meltdown he was hearing on the comm channels, Solvex Dral's personal enforcers might be arriving soon. Marvin spat blood onto the deck. 10 million credits for me, huh? He shook his head, letting out a mirthless chuckle. Fine, let's see if their pockets are deep enough to pay for. The funeral expenses too. With that, he headed toward the central hub, where the largest docking bays lay hidden behind layers of locked doors and mercenary squads. If there was any chance of escape, it would be found there, or in a blaze of glory that would leave one final violent testament to why you should never underestimate a human being. Marvin felt every ache and bruise as he rummaged through a half-collapsed corridor strewn with twisted metal and broken bodies. The station's structural integrity was failing in patches, and the internal climate controls were on the verge of collapse. Flickers of static from his earpiece told him that the local security feed was only partially functional. The entire place reeked of desperation. Every creature here was either trying to get out or trying to corner him. He ducked into a side room marked by alien script that loosely translated to engineering substation. The heavy door hissed shut behind him, providing a brief moment of quiet amid the chaos outside. Panels lined the walls, some blinking, some shattered. The overhead lights buzzed at half strength, and the recycled air carried a tang of scorched wires. Slumping against the wall, he rotated his shoulder, grimacing at the pain that radiated from a deep bruise Talis 3's onslaught had left behind. He recalled an old friend, Sarah Juno, a human engineer who had once patched him up after a botched mission. She was brilliant and resourceful, with a habit of collecting top-secret data like others collected souvenirs. If anyone in this sector knew the deeper truth behind his sudden sky-high bounty, it'd be her. But he had no idea where she was, if she was still alive. A battered console blinked, seemingly connected to an old interstellar communication line. Marvin prayed it was functional enough for a quick hail. His fingers flew over the alien keyboard, the translator implant in his ear feeding him partial instructions. Static hissed, the overhead. Screen glitched, but after a tense few seconds the flicker of a connection stabilized. An all-too-familiar face appeared. Sarah Juno, sporting tinted goggles over short-cropped hair, her expression one of startled recognition. Marvin? Stars above. How are you even... She cut herself off, scanning him through the feed. You look like hell. He gave a weary chuckle. I feel worse. You have a minute, Sarah. The entire galaxy is after me. I know, she said, her voice threaded with tension. There's a huge bounty on your head. Rumours say you're special. Something about your DNA. Humans, especially ones with your track record, are considered, well, let's say prized or dangerous, depending on who you ask. Marvin's eyes narrowed. Special how? Sarah sighed. Look, since the Terran diaspora, there were hush-hush experiments by high-level warlords, some messing with the aggression triggers in the human genome, others trying to replicate your adaptability under extreme conditions. Apparently they had minimal success. You were the outlier in their data, the final piece in a puzzle they thought was unsolvable. Now Solvex Dral wants to capture you. milk your DNA, maybe clone an entire army of unstoppable soldiers. Marvin ran a hand over his stubbled jaw. So that's it. Guy wants me as his personal lab rat. Or a blueprint, Sarah added grimly. Think about it. Unstoppable shock troops with the cunning and adaptability of a real Terran. The galaxy is terrified of humans for a reason. He let out a bitter laugh. So everything we fought against, all those times we tried to prove we weren't mindless monsters, just got thrown out the window. Now I'm a high-value product. Sarah's face softened. I'm sorry, Marvin. Listen, I might have a way to help you, but it's risky. You'll never survive if you keep going solo. I can get you a safe rendezvous on the ice planet Kamar 7, away from heavy traffic lanes. But the minute you step foot there, more hunters will come. Draal himself might show up. Good, Marvin said simply. Better to face them on my terms. A distant explosion rattled the substation door. Sarah glanced sideways at something off-screen, her expression taut. I have to cut this short. Sending coordinates to your data slate. Go dark until you reach Kamar 7. Don't pick fights you can't... Another eruption of static. The screen went black. Marvin cursed under his breath. So Kamar 7 it was. But first, he had to escape Zinth Station. Outside, the corridor was a twisted battlefield. Bodies of various species lay strewn about, some still gripping their weapons. A few wounded mercenaries moaned for help, but in the madness of the station meltdown, no one was likely to answer their pleas. Sirens droned incessantly, and even in the dim emergency lighting, Marvin could see fresh scorch marks on every wall. He moved with caution, scanning for the next wave of hunters. He knew it wouldn't be long before more arrived, some spurred by greed, others by fear of Solvex's wrath if they didn't attempt to capture Marvin. Just keep moving, he told himself. He was nearing a debris-strewn cross-junction when a voice behind him resonated like thunder. Human! Spinning, Marvin came face to face with Gravemind Draal, a hulking figure nearly 7 feet tall, his body bristling with cybernetic enhancements. A single red optic implant glowed in place of his left eye. Tubes filled with fluorescent green fluid snaked across his torso, connecting mechanical limbs to slabs of living flesh. He wasn't Solvex, but clearly of the same species, Dalkari, though twisted by whatever experiments they favoured. You will submit, Gravemind snarled, flexing a robotic arm that whirred with savage potential. Your pathetic station is dying. Surrender, and I'll make your end swift. Resist, and I'll feed your limbs to the plasma reactors. One by one, Marvin cocked his head, forcing a thin smile. That's quite the negotiation tactic. Let me think about it. No. Gravemind bared jagged, metal-reinforced teeth. His mechanical arms roared to life, each sporting hydraulics that could tear through starship plating under the right conditions. Then your pain will be legendary, human. Marvin barely had time to brace. Gravemind thundered forward, swinging a wrecking ball-like fist. Marvin ducked, feeling a rush of air as the blow grazed his shoulder, the shock wave alone making his bones rattle. He retaliated with an upward strike from the butt of his rifle, aiming for Gravemind's jaw. The Dalkari caught the weapon mid-swing, crushing the barrel in his augmented grip. Sparks flew. Marvin yanked back, but the rifle was now scrap. Strong, Marvin muttered, tossing the mangled remains aside. He dove into a forward roll, retrieving a mini-explosive from his belt. Gravemind's hulking form pivoted with surprising agility, swinging again. Marvin hurled the explosive, but the Dalkari knocked it away with a contemptuous swipe, sending it bouncing down the corridor. It detonated harmlessly against a bulkhead, leaving a blackened crater but failing to slow Gravemind. With no ranged options left, Marvin pivoted to close quarters. The Dalkari might have been bigger, but raw aggression was in the Terran's blood. He sidestepped a bone-breaking blow, then hammered a fist into Gravemind's side where flesh met cybernetics. The warlord's underling let out a pained grunt, more angry than hurt. He swung an elbow, clipped Marvin's ribs. The force tore the wind from Marvin's lungs, sending him stumbling back. Sucking in a breath, Marvin sized up his foe. Gravemind's enhancements were advanced, but also made him slower than a fully organic fighter. If Marvin could outmaneuver him, maybe he could find a weak point in those metal joints. He feigned a lunge, drawing Gravemind's arm up in a defensive block. Then Marvin dropped low, sweeping at the warlord's legs. Gravemind crashed to one knee, but before Marvin could press the advantage, a mechanical hand lunged out, snatching Marvin by the throat. Metal fingers tightened. Stars danced at the edges of Marvin's vision as he struggled against the crushing grip. "Your species was always too bold," Gravemind hissed, spittle flying from his lips. "Look where it got you." Choking, Marvin managed to bring his elbow down on Gravemind's arm joint. Once, twice, 3 times, until something crunched. The cyborg howled, releasing Marvin, who tumbled backward, gasping for air. He saw the warlord's mechanical limb jerk uncontrollably, some hydraulic line severed. Gravemind tried to stand, but the damaged joint sparked, forcing him to remain on his knees. Marvin seized a broken shard of metal from the floor. Summoning every last ounce of strength, he swung the improvised blade, bearing it into the side of Gravemind's neck, right where organic flesh still governed the body. The Dalkari's roar turned into a choked sputter. His single glowing eye flickered, and he collapsed in a heap, mechanical parts twitching. Panting, Marvin retrieved a sidearm from Gravemind's belt, something more advanced than the battered pistol he carried. The corridor stank of burned ozone and blood. He didn't have time to reflect on the kill. More footsteps pounded in the distance, and from the crackle of comms he guessed the station's meltdown was accelerating. Hallway monitors displayed a swirl of hazard alerts, temperature spikes, and partial decompressions across multiple decks. "A fight you can't win," Zedcath had said. Maybe so, but it wouldn't be the last stand here. There was no victory in letting the entire station go up in flames around him. He needed to escape, or he'd be swallowed by the chaos. Somehow, he pushed through corridor after corridor, snatching what gear he could from fallen mercenaries. A half-full medkit here, a plasma blade there. His mind honed into the zone, each footstep purposeful, each breath measured. He was battered and bruised, but adrenaline kept him moving. He finally reached the main route leading to the hangars, where the largest docking bays were. Great plumes of smoke billowed from overhead vents, and the echo of firefights drifted from all sides. Up ahead, 2 security mechs stood guard at the sealed hangar doors, likely reprogrammed by bounty hunters to keep him locked inside. Through the cracked windows, Marvin saw a cluster of ships, some half attached to docking clamps, others forcibly pried open or shot to pieces. But there were still a few that looked space-worthy. Clutching a stolen sidearm, Marvin gauged the approach. The mechs were older models, but still lethal. Each had an energy cannon for an arm and thick plating across their torsos. He considered using a stealth approach, but any attempt to sneak by would be overshadowed by the fact they were likely scanning for his exact heat signature. No, this would be a direct confrontation. If he failed, he was done. Stepping from the shadows, he raised the sidearm and fired a volley of energy bolts at the nearest mech. They left glowing impacts but didn't penetrate the heavy plating. The mechs whirred, turning their blank visors toward him, each letting out a mechanical warning beep. They advanced in unison, arms humming with power. Marvin dove behind a collapsed beam as a barrage of energy blasts tore through the corridor. Sparks rained down, and molten metal dripped where the shots had superheated the station structure. Leaning out, he returned fire, but it was like pelting a tank with pebbles. One thought hammered in his mind: aim for vulnerable joints. He focused on the narrow gaps where the mech's arm servos met their torsos. He unleashed shot after shot, praying something would connect. One mech jerked as an energy bolt found a gap, short-circuiting the elbow. Its arm dangled uselessly. Encouraged, Marvin pressed forward, sliding under a hail of blasts. The second mech pivoted, stepping over debris in a clumsy attempt to track him. Marvin hurled a mini-explosive. The blast rocked the corridor, sending the second mech staggering. Its sensor array cracked, black smoke pouring out. With a fierce growl, Marvin sprang onto the damaged mech's back. He jammed his plasma blade into the access panel behind its neck, twisting until he heard a pop and whine. Sparks erupted and the mech toppled forward, arms flailing before going limp. One down. The first mech, partially crippled at the arm, fired an erratic volley that slammed into the deck. Metal shrapnel ricocheted, slicing across Marvin's forearm. Biting back pain, he leaped aside, searching for another vantage. Then an idea struck him. He tore open the remains of the second mech's chest cavity and yanked out its power core, a glowing cylinder thrumming with unstable energy. The first mech advanced, servos whining, raising its cannon for a final shot. Marvin lobbed the power core like a makeshift grenade. The mech had only a split second to react before the core smashed against its chest. A searing flash engulfed the corridor in a swirl of electric arcs, and the mech convulsed violently, then collapsed in a smoking heap. Panting, Marvin eyed the sealed door. It was locked with some advanced override, but his new plasma blade made short work of the control panel. Sparks flew, and the door groaned open just enough for him to squeeze through. The hangar spread before him, filled with battered ships. Alarms whooped, lights flickered. Another squad of mercenaries might burst in at any second, but for now he was alone. He scanned for a vessel that looked both functional and easy to pilot. His gaze settled on a mid-sized freighter with a patchwork of welded hull plates, likely a smuggler's craft. That would do. He sprinted across the scorched deck, ignoring the ache in his limbs. The ramp hissed open at his approach. Inside, the cockpit was a mess of wires, but the console still glowed. He sank into the pilot's seat, hammered the ignition sequence, and prayed the old beast would come alive. Engines sputtered, coughed, then roared to life. A grin tugged at his lips. He guided the ship up, out of the docking clamps that still partially held it in place. The external sensors showed a cluster of smaller craft homing in, bounty hunters who had caught wind of his location. But Marvin engaged the thrusters to maximum, letting the freighter lurch free from the station. He jinked past debris and tore into open space. Zinth Station dwindled behind him, flames flickering along sections of its hull. He wondered if it would survive the day or drift forever as a broken husk, but that was no longer his concern. His next move was to vanish, gather himself, and make for Comar 7. Solvex Draal's hunters would be relentless, but at least now Marvin had a fighting chance. He set the autopilot to a random vector, then slumped in the seat. Blood crusted his torn sleeve, bruises throbbed across his body. But a deeper wound was the knowledge that he was no longer just a man outrunning his past. He was a living genetic prize, a war trophy, a holy grail for unscrupulous warlords. And if Solvex Draal got his hands on him, the entire galaxy might tremble under an army of human clones. Marvin closed his eyes, allowing exhaustion to flood him momentarily. One fight down, he muttered. Plenty more to go. Cold wind whipped across the icy plains of Comar 7 as Marvin stepped off his stolen freighter. The ramp lowered onto a frozen tundra, etched with jagged cliffs of bluish ice, and fierce snow flurries clawed at his face. Every breath burned in his lungs as the sub-zero air hammered him with its brutal chill. Just a few paces away, a small settlement sprawled. a huddle of dome-shaped habitats connected by tunnels, carved into the ice, each sporting flickering exterior lights that fought against the eternal dusk. This was a world forever locked in a glacial twilight, orbiting a fading sun. Marvin pulled his tattered jacket closer around him, though it offered little protection. The stolen craft sensors had shown minimal life signs here, mostly concentrated within that settlement. According to the coordinates Sarah provided, this was the place, a neutral outpost used by smugglers, exiles, and occasionally rebel cells. If Sarah had arranged a rendezvous, it would be somewhere within these frostbitten corridors. As he approached the airlock of the nearest dome, a heavy clang announced the opening of a viewport. A pair of insectoid eyes peered out. "Password!" came a raspy demand. Marvin shook his head. He'd not been given any password. Sarah Juno sent me. The eyes narrowed, then disappeared. A tense few seconds passed, and the airlock hissed open. Inside waited a tall, muscular figure wearing a weather-beaten cloak. It took Marvin a moment to place the species. A ducky, similar to the brute who'd tried to challenge him back on Zinth Station. But this one's features were different, less brutish, more respectful. "I am Drek Valor," the stranger said in a gravelly voice, stepping aside to let Marvin enter. The airlock sealed behind them, cycling a gust of slightly warmer air across their faces. Sarah told me to watch for a human, didn't believe I'd see the day. Marvin sized him up. The ducky stood a head taller, purple-skinned and horned, but his posture lacked hostility. Instead, there was a faint reverence in his eyes. "You're not here to claim the bounty?" Marvin asked bluntly. Valor snorted. "If I wanted your bounty, I could have shot you the moment you stepped off your ship. But no, I've come to join you." Raising an eyebrow, Marvin followed Valor through a winding corridor that led into a sparse common area. Ice crystals clung to the interior walls, and the glow of portable heaters cast dancing shadows. In a corner, Sarah Juno stood, tinkering with a battered console. She looked up and gave Marvin a grim nod. "You made it. Wasn't sure you would." "Barely," Marvin said. "And now you're telling me I have a new sidekick." Valor bristled. "I'm no sidekick, Terran. I have my own reasons for hating Solvex Dral." He paused as if wrestling with how much to share. "Dral conquered my homeworld and forced my people into labour camps. I lost my clan to his brutality. I've watched him experiment on prisoners, turning them into mindless cyborg weapons. The rumour is he wants you to create an even deadlier force. So you understand, my place is here, opposing him." Marvin studied the darkie's face. There was a sincerity in those deep-set eyes, something that resonated with Marvin's own experiences of betrayal and oppression. Maybe allies can come from unexpected places. Sarah stepped between them, arms crossed. "Look, we don't have time for lengthy trust exercises. Solvex Dral's scouts are everywhere, and if you think you escaped Zinth Station quietly, think again. The bounty hunters know you're here, or they soon will." "What's the plan then?" Marvin asked. "I've hacked into a few intelligence channels," Sarah said, tapping at a portable holoprojector. An image flickered, showing the star system around Kamar 7. "Dral's fleet is en route, but he'll likely send an advance team first. If they pinpoint your location, they'll bomb us from orbit or surround the planet with warships." "So we ambush them before they can lock down the orbit," Marvin said, rubbing the stubble on his chin. "Not quite," Sarah countered. "We don't have the numbers or firepower to face them in open space, but down here, in the ice canyons, we can set traps, lure them into kill zones." Valor grinned, a predatory flash of teeth. "Your species was famed for your cunning tactics, or so the stories go. Show me, Terran." Marvin cracked a half smile. He never thought he'd be the champion of the so-called human paradox, the unstoppable combination of aggression and adaptability. But times had changed. He had a warlord to defy, a galaxy to outwit, and perhaps a species legacy to defend, if only for his own stubborn pride. They spent the next hours fortifying the settlement's perimeter. Volor proved adept at hauling heavy munitions and drilling local volunteers in combat maneuvers. Sarah coordinated the creation of makeshift mines from salvaged generator cores, rigging them to explode when triggered by specific scanners. Marvin mapped out the canyon routes, marking choke points on a series of crude holo displays. The outpost's handful of residents, mostly outcasts and smugglers, volunteered grudgingly. They didn't relish tangling with Solvex Droll's forces, but the alternative, surrendering a Terran on the run, risked even worse repercussions. Bounty or no bounty, the outpost's fate was sealed the moment Marvin arrived. The only choice was to fight. While others scrambled to build defences, Marvin found a quiet corner in an abandoned ice tunnel to upgrade his gear. He fitted the battered sidearm with extended energy capacitors, though they might blow out after a few shots. He also replaced the handle of his plasma blade with a sturdier grip, ensuring it wouldn't slip in the heat of battle. The relentless wind howled through crevices, a chilling reminder that time was short. Just as the finishing touches were placed on the outpost's defences, the skies above Kamar 7 came alive with incoming craft. The settlement's scanners crackled as starship signatures popped up in orbit. A half-dozen smaller dropships broke atmosphere, heading straight for their coordinates. "Everyone to positions!" Sarah hollered over the comm. Alarm klaxons reverberated. The residents rushed to the vantage points, some climbing rickety platforms atop the domes. Others crouched behind jagged spires of ice, weapons aimed at the sky. Marvin took cover on a ridge overlooking the main approach, where the canyon walls funneled potential attackers into a narrow corridor. Volor crouched beside him, hefting a bulky energy cannon. "If they land there, we hit them from both sides, yes?" "Exactly," Marvin said, scanning through a battered scope. "And if they try to flank us, Sarah's mines will handle it." Within minutes, the first dropship descended in a swirl of thrusters, kicking up snow. The craft's doors slid open, releasing a platoon of heavily armed aliens. Dalkari warriors, mercenaries of various species, and a few glinting droids. They fanned out in formation, sensors sweeping the rocky ice terrain. Another dropship circled overhead, likely scanning for hidden defences. Marvin braced himself. "Wait for it. Wait," he muttered. The tension coiled around him, like an overwound spring. The Dalkari troopers advanced, stepping right onto the line Sarah had designated. Then Marvin gave a subtle hand signal. At once, the outpost defenders unleashed a barrage of energy fire. White-hot bolts streaked from vantage points, striking the troopers who reeled in confusion. Mines exploded underfoot, sending icy shrapnel and alien limbs flying. Volor's cannon roared, a salvo of high-impact rounds punching holes in the unsuspecting vanguard. Marvin fired controlled bursts from his upgraded sidearm, picking off stragglers. The canyon echoed with a cacophony of war, screams, blasts, and the unrelenting hiss of energy bolts. But these weren't the low-level bounty hunters from Zinth Station. This wave had discipline. They regrouped, returning fire with precision. A volley of their own shots pelted the defenders' cover, forcing them to duck. One dome to the south took a direct hit from an anti-armor round, ripping it open and spilling pressurized air into the freezing atmosphere. Marvin heard the terrified screams of outpost dwellers as they scrambled for safety. Cursing, he signalled Sarah. "Get those people evacuated. We can't hold if they breach the domes." Sarah's voice crackled back. "Trying, but they're coming in too fast. Another wave just touched down on the far side of the settlement." Marvin turned to Volor. "We can't let them flank us or we're done." Volor nodded, face grim. "I'll rally some fighters to the south. You hold here." Marvin watched as the darky jumped from the ridge, sliding down an ice embankment. He fired a covering volley at a group of troopers who tried to pin Valor down. 3 or 4 of them dropped, the rest scattering behind broken ice pillars. Marvin's heart hammered. They'd prepared well, but might not have enough to repel multiple waves. Suddenly one of the troopers emerged from behind a slope, levelling a rocket launcher at Marvin's position. He recognised it. Instantly, Dalkari model, notoriously powerful. "Oh, no you don't," Marvin snarled, lunging aside. A plume of smoke and fire engulfed the ridge as the rocket impacted, blasting away chunks of ice. Marvin crashed hard into the snow below, his coat tore, sending a stab of Arctic wind against his exposed skin. Groaning, he scrambled behind a jagged boulder. The air crackled with energy discharges. The enemy trooper advanced, reloading the launcher, a cruel grin on its face. Marvin patted his belt for another mini-explosive, only to find his supply exhausted. He was pinned with no immediate exit. Another rocket, and he was done. That's when a monstrous roar shattered the frigid air. Charging across the snowy field came a figure wearing thick, improvised armour pieces hammered into a spiked mosaic. Marvin almost didn't recognise him at first. Drek Valor. The Daki war cry echoed off the canyon walls, and he slammed into the rocketeer like a living avalanche, knocking the launcher away. One swift jab with a serrated blade ended the alien's threat. Marvin's breath plumed in icy clouds as he hauled himself upright, grasping Valor's arm to steady himself. "Thanks," he said, shivering slightly. The Daki only grunted. Then together they pressed the attack, flanking the troopers who struggled to hold formation. For a moment it seemed they might drive back the invaders. The relentless mines, the cunning crossfire, the Daki's fearless charge, it all weighed against the troopers. But as more dropships descended, it became clear that the outpost defenders were simply outnumbered. Each time they felled a squad, another took its place. Marvin's earpiece crackled with Sarah's panicked voice. "Marvin, they have armour support now. Light walkers rolling in from the east. We can't hold the domes. We have to fall back into the tunnels." "Damn," Marvin muttered. "All right, coordinate the retreat. We'll cover you." Volor spat on the frozen ground, frustration etched across his face. "Cowards. All of them." "It's not cowardice," Marvin said firmly, gripping the Daki's shoulder. "We're overwhelmed. Retreat's the only way to survive and keep fighting. Help me rally them." The Daki's initial anger subsided, replaced by a stern nod. Together they signalled the remaining defenders to pull back. The battlefield became a desperate dance. Defenders scrambled behind improvised barricades, firing potshots to slow the enemy. One by one, the domes fell silent, either evacuated or destroyed under heavy artillery fire. The sky turned a sickly orange as tracer rounds streaked overhead. Marvin and Valor led a ragged group deeper into the ice tunnels, guiding them to an underground labyrinth where Sarah believed they could hide from aerial scans. The corridors were cramped, dripping with icicles, and the lights flickered ominously. Everyone's breath hung in the air, and exhaustion weighed on every step. Some carried wounded comrades, others shook uncontrollably, traumatized by the fierce onslaught. At last they reached a cavernous chamber lit by portable lamps. Sarah stood at a makeshift command station, face drawn. "We've lost half the outpost," she whispered. "The survivors are here, maybe a few scattered. No idea if they'll make it." Volor growled, slamming a fist into the ice wall. "We were not prepared for so many." Marvin took stock of the battered group. A dozen fighters left from an original few dozen. They were outmatched. "We still have the advantage of terrain. These tunnels are extensive and their scanners might be thrown off by the ice deposits. We hunker down, reorganize." Sarah exhaled. "And then what? We can't stay here forever. Dral's forces will eventually comb through every tunnel." A long silence fell over the survivors, broken only by the distant rumble of artillery reverberating through the frozen ground. The lines of worry on everyone's faces told the same story. They were cornered. If Solvex Dral himself arrived, it would be over in hours, not days. "We strike back," Marvin said, voice quiet but resolute. "On our terms. Make them regret coming here." Volor gave a solemn nod, as if a spark of defiance lit within him. "I'll follow you, Terran, until my last breath, if that's what it takes." Sarah glanced between them. "We need more than brute force. We need a plan." Marvin nodded, turning to the flickering holomap. "Then let's find one, because I'm not letting Drael make me his trophy, and I'm sure as hell not letting him wipe out everyone who stands in his way." The ice tunnels of Comar 7 were eerily silent as Marvin Griggs and Drek Valor led a small team through winding passages. A dull ache in Marvin's battered body reminded him of every close call he'd faced, from the brawls on Zinth Station to the recent battle at the outpost. Behind him, a dozen grim-faced survivors marched, clutching improvised weapons. Sarah brought up the rear, scanning a portable sensor that tracked enemy movements above. They came upon a massive cavern where the ice overhead formed a crystalline dome. Glowing stalactites cast a faint blue luminescence. Here they set their trap. Sarah fiddled with a device jammed into the icy floor, a multi-phase explosive rigged to the surrounding labyrinth. The plan was risky but straightforward. Lure the bulk of the invaders into the cavern, then detonate the structure, burying them under tons of ice. "They're fanning out," Sarah said, checking her sensor. "A large group heading this way. Probably 70 or more, with at least 2 walkers. They must have followed our tracks." Marvin scanned the pale, shimmering walls. If the explosion was large enough, the entire ceiling would collapse and crush anything inside. That included them, if they didn't time their exit perfectly. "Positions," he ordered, voice echoing. "Remember, we need to make them believe we're cornered, not waiting in ambush." Volor posted half the survivors on the far side of the cavern, hiding behind ice formations. He and Marvin took the central path, leading a few decoys who looked wounded and desperate. Sarah manned the trigger for the explosives at a vantage point near an old mining shaft that hopefully led to an escape route. They waited, tension thick as frost. Soon, the thunder of metal feet and mechanical whirs echoed through the tunnels. The first to appear were Dalkari soldiers in black spiked armour. Scanners beeped on their shoulders, searching for life signs. Behind them lumbered the light walkers, 2-legged machines bristling with cannons. Seeing the scope of the approaching force, some survivors stifled panicked gasps. Marvin forced himself to remain calm, remembering the countless times Terran forces had faced insurmountable odds and found a way. "Eyes front," Valor rumbled quietly. "They must see us, so they charge forward." Moments later, the lead soldiers spotted Marvin and Valor. Shouts echoed through the cavern, followed by energy blasts that seared the ice. Marvin dove behind a half-collapsed column, returning fire just enough to keep the soldiers engaged. With calculated steps, the enemy moved in, pushing deeper into the chamber. The ground shook under the weight of the walkers. "Keep firing," Marvin shouted to his group, making sure they only used minimal shots. They had to feign desperation, not reveal the entire plan. The troopers advanced rapidly, convinced they'd cornered their quarry. A few mercenaries broke off to flank from the sides, stumbling right into the hidden defenders. Volor's team erupted from their cover, cutting down the flankers with savage efficiency. It worked. The main Dalkari force surged forward, determined to crush them. Soon, the cavern was filled with the thunder of weapons. The dome overhead crackled as stray blasts struck ice. Just a few more meters. Marvin glanced at Sarah's position. She raised a hand, counting silently. 3, 2, 1. Her finger pressed the trigger. A split-second hush, then a colossal rumble as the explosives detonated in a sequence. The floor bucked. Huge slabs of ice snapped free from the dome overhead, crashing down in a deadly cascade. Screams filled the cavern, drowned out by the deafening roar of collapsing ice. The walkers had no time to evade. They were buried under thousands of tons of glacial debris. Dalkari soldiers scrambled, many crushed instantly. Others vanished in swirling clouds of pulverized snow. Marvin felt a surge of adrenaline. The entire cavern was caving in around them, so he signalled the survivors. "Fall back, now!" They sprinted toward the old mining shaft, Sarah leading the way. Ice chunks plummeted from above, smashing into the ground where they stood seconds earlier. The walls shook so violently that for a moment Marvin feared the entire tunnel system would collapse. They reached the shaft entrance, stumbling over broken rock and frozen bodies. Volor pushed aside a chunk of debris to let a limping comrade through. Sarah, panting, darted to a battered control panel, activating an ancient hoist that rattled downward. The group clambered onto the shaky platform, and it lurched upward toward another layer of tunnels. Below, the cavern was now a choked ruin, muffling the last echoes of dying troopers. When they emerged at a higher level, the survivors tried to catch their breath. Many had that haunted look of people who just witnessed an apocalypse. Marvin clapped Volor on the shoulder. "We did it." But Volor's gaze was fixed on a flickering device strapped to his forearm, a field scanner. "There's another cluster inbound." Marvin felt his stomach tighten. "They must have held a reserve force," Volor nodded grimly. "And they're bigger. 100 strong, maybe more, plus air support. They're converging on the entrance of these tunnels." A weary hush fell over the survivors. They'd thrown everything into that ambush, only to learn they still faced an even larger threat. "We can't handle another wave like that," Sarah said, voice trembling. "Not here." Marvin's jaw clenched. "Then we don't fight them here. We take the fight to them." A wild plan took shape in his mind. Use the stolen freighter, slip behind enemy lines, and strike at their leadership. Maybe even target Solvex Dral's flagship if it was in orbit. If they cut off the snake's head, the body might wither. Volor nodded in approval. "I like the sound of that. If we can kill Solvex Dral, the rest might scatter." Sarah bit her lip. "You're talking about a direct assault on the most powerful warlord in this region, one who commands entire fleets." Marvin's eyes flickered with defiance. "Better to die on our feet than slowly freeze to death in these tunnels." An hour later, under the constant threat of discovery, Marvin, Volor, Sierra, and a handful of volunteers slipped back to the surface. They used underground passages to evade detection, reaching the battered remains of the outpost. To their relief, Marvin's stolen freighter still lay parked on the ice flats, partially hidden by the swirling snow. Maybe the invaders didn't bother destroying it, assuming it was too damaged to escape. They boarded quickly, sealing the ramp behind them. Sarah rushed to the cockpit, verifying the engines were intact. "We're in luck. The thrusters are operational." She fired up the controls, the hull shuddering as systems came online. Volor and the volunteers manned what meagre weapon stations the freighter had. A single forward cannon and some improvised turrets. Marvin stood at Sarah's shoulder, scanning the sensor readouts. "We've got multiple hostiles in low orbit," she said. "No sign of Dral's flagship yet, but he might be in a cruiser." Marvin set his jaw. "Then let's find it." Sarah took a deep breath. "Strap in." The freighter roared off the ice, thrusters melting a crater into the tundra. The battered ship soared into Kamar 7's dark skies, forging through a blockade of Dalkari fighters. Laser bolts sizzled past, but Volor's accurate turret fire kept pursuers at bay. Within minutes they broke atmosphere and faced a ring of warships. Alarms wailed in the cockpit as targeting reticules locked on. "Evasive manoeuvres!" Marvin barked. Sarah nodded, hands dancing over the controls. The freighter spiraled, weaving through beams of energy. A near miss rattled the hull, but the craft held together. On the sensor display, a large cruiser loomed, flanked by smaller escort ships. Volor's voice crackled over the intercom. That big one is broadcasting the Imperator's code. Could be Drell's personal vessel. Perfect, Marvin said. Let's see if we can land on it. Land on it? Sarah's eyes widened. Are you insane? He gave a grim smile. Yes, but if we cripple the flagship from within, we stand a chance of scattering the entire invasion force. You said yourself, kill the head. She exhaled, nodding once. All right, let's do something crazy. With a surge of thrusters, the freighter blasted toward the looming cruiser. Enemy cannons locked on, unleashing a barrage. Each near hit made the console flash warnings. One shot scorched the port side, causing the freighter to shudder violently. Sarah grit her teeth. Brace for impact. Going in hot. At the last second, she angled the freighter's nose down. The cruiser's hull rushed up to meet them, overshadowed by the wide docking bays. With precise timing, Sarah skidded the freighter through a partial energy shield, scraping metal on metal in a screech of sparks. They slammed into the docking bay's deck, flipping a smaller Dalkari shuttle in the process. Marvin's vision blurred momentarily from the crash. As the freighter's engines died, the docking clamps snapped into place, sealing them in. Sirens wailed, and the bay's doors began to close. Sarah powered down the ship. We've only got minutes before they overwhelm us. Marvin unbuckled his harness and grabbed his weapons. Then let's make them count. Volor and the others joined him at the hatch, each prepared for a final stand. With a hiss of pressurized air, the ramp lowered. They emerged into chaos, Dalkari soldiers sprinting toward them from all directions, blaster fire streaking across the cavernous bay. Marvin and Volor led the charge, returning fire and using the wrecked ships as cover. The volunteers fanned out, setting up suppressive fire. Sarah ducked behind crates, hacking into a wall panel to override security systems. One by one, the defenders fell to well-placed shots or took cover behind shattered hull fragments. Marvin shoved aside a metal crate, diving behind it as a hail of bolts hammered the deck. He leaned out, squeezed the trigger, and dropped 2 Dalkari troopers. Volor roared, physically hurling one soldier into a group of others. Then a hush fell over the bay, punctuated only by the hum of approaching energy fields. The lights flickered, and a heavy door slid open. A towering figure stepped through, Solvex Drall. Purple-skinned, like Volor, but with elaborate armour that glowed with integrated tech. Metal tusks jutted from his jaw, and each footfall resonated with authority. "Marvin Griggs," Drall called, his voice echoing. "I've travelled across star systems to collect what's in your veins. Stand down, and I may spare these pitiful creatures." Marvin stepped out from cover, ignoring the protest in his battered limbs. "You must have me confused with someone who surrenders." Drall let out a low, menacing laugh. Then he lunged, crossing the bay in a burst of augmented speed. Marvin raised his weapon, but Drall's gauntlet knocked it aside like a toy. The warlord slammed Marvin into a bulkhead with enough force to dent the metal. Agony flared through Marvin's spine. Drall's grip clamped around Marvin's neck, threatening to crush his windpipe. "You were made to be my soldier," Drall hissed. "I will shape your species' genetic heritage into the greatest army in the galaxy." Marvin's vision blurred, but he found the strength to ram an elbow into Drall's side. The warlord snarled and tossed Marvin across the bay. He landed hard, rolling to a stop near a discarded energy lance. Gasping for air, he clutched the weapon, flipping its activation switch. Its blade crackled with neon power. Drall stormed forward. "Pathetic human. Your kind was nearly eradicated for a reason." Marvin forced a tight grin. "Yeah, 'cause we scared the hell out of everyone." He sprang to his feet in a whirlwind of motion, driving the lance at Drall's midsection. The warlord caught it, metal tusks gleaming, but Marvin twisted the hilt, unleashing a surge of energy that sparked across Drall's armour. Drall roared, staggering back. Enraged, he lashed out, smashing Marvin's forearm and sending the lance clattering away. They grappled, each blow resonating like thunder. Dral's enhanced limbs threatened to overpower Marvin at every turn, but the Terran's cunning and raw tenacity prevented a quick kill. When Dral threw a punishing right hook, Marvin ducked and responded with a savage headbutt. Pain exploded in his skull, but Dral reeled, the impact cracking one of his metal tusks. Valor, seeing an opening, fired a volley at Dral's flank. The warlord growled, turning to block the shots. Marvin seized the moment to grab the snapped-off tusk from the floor. In a single fluid motion, he rammed the sharpened metal shard through Dral's throat. The warlord's eyes widened, leaking purple blood. A choking sound escaped his lips. Staggering, Dral tried to speak but only managed a gurgle. He crumpled to his knees. Marvin, breathing hard, watched as the unstoppable conqueror collapsed in a heap, metal tusk embedded in his neck. Silence swept the bay. Dalkari soldiers froze in shock. Their leader, the High Imperator, lay slain at the hands of a single human. Slowly they began to back away, uncertain and demoralized. Marvin coughed, spitting blood. "Anyone else want to collect that bounty?" he rasped. Not a soul moved. Fear radiated in their wide eyes. In unspoken unity, the Dalkari troopers began retreating from the docking bay. Moments later, klaxons blared. Someone triggered a self-destruct sequence, likely a failsafe. Sarah sprinted to Marvin's side. "We have to go. The ship is going to blow." They dashed back onto the freighter, battered survivors in tow. Engines sputtered but roared to life. Volor took the gunner's seat, covering them as they soared out of the cruiser's docking bay. The entire warship shuddered, explosions rippling across its hull. Valkyrie escorts, ships scattered in disarray, no longer united by Dral's command. The freighter raced clear just as the cruiser erupted in a brilliant fireball, scattering molten debris across the starfield. Word spread with the speed of interstellar rumour. The Terran named Marvin Griggs had killed High Imperator Solvex Dral and escaped the wreckage of his cruiser. Over the following weeks, various mercenary factions rescinded the bounty. No one was eager to test fate against a man who single-handedly brought down a feared warlord. The Dalkari forces, leaderless, fractured into warring splinters. Comar 7 survivors reclaimed their outpost, forging a new alliance under Sarah's guidance. And Drek Valor, once an enemy species, now followed Marvin with unwavering loyalty. Marvin himself slipped back into the underbelly of the galaxy. He didn't care about being a hero or living up to the legends that sprang up around him. Stories circulated that he was the human paradox, a living testament to the unstoppable ferocity and cunning that once made his species both feared and nearly eradicated. Some said he roamed the fringe stations, teaching others how to fight. Others claimed he was building a secret colony of Terrans, and a few whispered that he'd vanished altogether, content to drink away the nightmares in a forgotten corner of space. One day, in a dusty, out-of-the-way bar at the edge of the frontier, a battered figure walked in. The patrons went silent, their eyes darting to a sign behind the counter that read, "No fights or else." The figure ordered a drink. An alien 2 stools down muttered, That's him, the human paradox." Marvin sipped from his cup, letting the burn of cheap liquor remind him he was still alive. The barkeep eyed him nervously, but Marvin only nodded in quiet acknowledgement. He wasn't here to cause trouble. He had no grand ambition to rule or to prove. He was just a man who refused to die, a man who carried the weight of an entire near-extinct species on his shoulders. "Thanks for the drink," he said softly, finishing it in one gulp. Around him, the bar's patrons stayed hushed, as if waiting for the next explosion of violence. But Marvin merely set the cup down and stood up. At the door he paused, glancing over his shoulder, the glint of an unspoken warning in his eyes. Then he was gone, swallowed by the neon twilight of the frontier, a living legend among alien races, an unbroken reminder that humankind's spirit was still alive, still defiant, and, more than ever, still dangerously unpredictable. And so his story spread, a caution and a promise all at once. The galaxy remembered, you should never, ever underestimate a human. The candidate. The black sedan hadn't fully stopped before the door vanished. A hand clamped onto Harrison Pope's shoulder with the force of a hydraulic press. He was hauled onto the sidewalk, the biting city rain hitting his neck for a split second before he was slammed through a heavy, unadorned door. "From here, you are accountable," the escort said. The voice was a flat line, no inflection, no warning. A thick, synthetic blindfold dropped over Pope's eyes. It was weighted, lined with something that blocked every photon and muffled the world into a dull, underwater throb. "Move," a voice commanded from the dark. Pope felt the floor tilt. It wasn't a ramp. It was a massive slab of stone shifting on heavy machinery. He reached out to steady himself against a wall. A telescopic baton slammed into his ribs. The air left his lungs in a jagged wheeze. He doubled over, gasping, but the shove from behind was relentless. "Hands down," the voice barked. "Eyes ahead." He couldn't see the eyes. He couldn't see the drop. He moved. The air pressure plummeted. His ears popped with a wet, painful click. The temperature crashed 30 degrees in 3 strides. Frost bloomed on his eyelashes. He tripped over a raised seam in the floor. He went down hard on his knees. The stone wasn't cold. It was vibrating. A low-frequency hum rattled his molars and vibrated in his marrow. "Kneel," the voice said. "I'm all ready." A heavy boot caught him in the kidneys. Pope sprawled forward, his forehead cracking against a surface of cold industrial steel. "Silence is refusal," the voice said. "Stand." Pope scrambled up, his hands slick with sweat despite the cold. His breath came in ragged, shallow pulls. He felt the walls contracting, the sound of his own pulse hammering against the blindfold like a trapped engine. He was guided into a narrow corridor. The air grew thick and humid, heavy with the scent of ozone and copper. "Speak," the voice commanded. "Start with the shame, the childhood rot, the things you didn't tell the selection board." "I don't understand," Pope said. The floor beneath him slid sideways with a mechanical shriek. He slammed into the wall. A jagged piece of masonry tore through his expensive wool sleeve, biting into his forearm. "Wrong answer," the voice whispered. The countdown began. A rhythmic metallic clicking echoed from the ceiling. Click, click, click. 7 years old, Pope shouted. The clicking was a timer. He knew the sound of a closing window. "The fire in the basement. I didn't call the department. I watched the smoke from the tree line. I wanted to see if the structure would hold or if the heat would win." The clicking slowed, but didn't stop. "Continue," the voice said. He spoke. He vomited secrets he had buried under 20 years of careful grooming. Private ambitions that bordered on the pathological. The desire for a power that didn't require a consensus. The bone-deep fear of being part of the noise. The floor dropped 6 inches without warning. His knees buckled, but he kept the words flowing. "I want the seat," Pope gasped. "I want the leverage. I want to be the one who determines the outcome before the vote is cast." The temperature spiked. Sweat poured down his face, stinging his eyes beneath the blindfold. The air smelled of burning electronics and high-voltage discharge. "The oath," the voice said. It wasn't a request. It was a command issued to a subordinate system. The hum in the floor intensified. It reached a pitch that made Pope's vision swim in the darkness. "Loyalty without reciprocity," the voice recited. "Silence over action. Precedence over morality." Pope felt a cold, sharp edge touch the hollow of his throat. It wasn't the threat of a quick death. It was a clinical measurement of his carotid pulse. "The penalty for violation is the extraction of utility," the voice said. "Section by section, memory by memory. You will be archived while you still breathe." Pope's heart hammered against his ribs. This wasn't an initiation. This was a tactical acquisition of a human asset. He hesitated. He looked for a way out, his mind racing through the dark, trying to calculate the geometry of the room. He shifted his weight, trying to find the centre of the vibrating floor. His foot slid into a recessed groove. A jet of high-pressure steam hissed from a vent, scalding his ankle. He screamed, the sound swallowed by the thick, pressurized air. "Do not look for the exit," the voice warned. "There is only the oath." Pope's tactical mistake was assuming he was a participant. He was a component being stress-tested. "I swear," he choked out. The words felt like lead shot in his mouth. The hum stopped instantly. The heat vanished. "You're now protected," the voice said. The blindfold was ripped away. Blinding white light scorched his retinas. Pope threw his hands up, shielding his eyes, his breath hitching in his chest. The room was a sterile white octagon. No escort. No voice. No blades. Just the stone floor, his own blood on his sleeve, and the sound of measured, restrained applause coming from a speaker hidden in the ceiling. The light didn't fade. It stayed sharp, clinical, and absolute. Pope stood in the centre of the light, his body shaking with residual adrenaline. He was alive. He was protected. He had never felt less safe. He looked down at his hands. They were steady now, but the shadow he cast on the white floor was long, jagged, and disconnected from the man he had been 10 minutes ago. The door at the far end of the octagon slid open with a hiss of pneumatics. There was no one on the other side, just a dark hallway leading back to the world. He stepped forward, his boots clicking on the stone. The ceremony was over. The crisis had just begun. The next 25 years moved with the velocity of a railgun slug. Pope didn't walk into his future. He was propelled. Law school. Year 3. The competition was a shark tank of ivy, league pedigree and bottomless trust funds. Pope held the third-rank position. Marcus Thorne, the valedictorian-elect, held the keys to the Supreme Court clerkship Pope needed. Thorne was faster, sharper, and possessed a memory like a digital archive. 3 nights before the final selection, Thorne's car left the road on a dry, clear night. No skid marks, no mechanical failure, just a sudden high-speed correction into a concrete bridge abutment. Thorne survived, but the cognitive damage was total. Pope took the clerkship. He told himself it was tragedy meeting preparation. He ignored the way the hiring justice looked at him, not with admiration, but with the weary recognition of a man seeing a predictable gear turn in a machine. The federal clerkship, Year 5. Pope worked 18-hour shifts in a bunker-like office beneath the DC Circuit Court. The air was recycled and tasted of scorched dust. A senior partner at a rival firm threatened to derail a landmark deregulation case Pope was drafting. The man had a file, rumours of Pope's unorthodox initiation years prior. Pope spent 48 hours in a tactical panic, drafting rebuttals, scrubbing digital footprints, waiting for the leak to hit the wires. The partner didn't leak. He resigned. A sudden, quiet departure following a random audit that turned up irregularities in a trust fund he hadn't touched in a decade. The file vanished. Pope sat in his office, the silence of the room heavier than any threat. He waited for a phone call, an instruction, a demand for payment. The phone remained dead. He was being cleared, not led. The path was being levelled by a force that operated with the cold efficiency of a demolition crew. The Senate. Year 15. The committee room was a theatre of tactical friction. Pope sat behind the mahogany dais, his hands flat on the wood. Across from him, a whistleblower from the Defense Intelligence Agency prepared to testify. The man had a thumb drive that could incinerate Pope's legislative record. "The witness will state his name for the record," Pope said. The witness opened his mouth. His eyes went wide. He clutched his chest, his breath hitching in a jagged rhythmic wheeze. He collapsed across the microphone, the feedback screeching through the room like a dying bird. The room erupted. Security swarmed. Medics moved with practiced high-speed urgency. The thumb drive was never found. The hearing was adjourned indefinitely. Pope didn't go to the hospital. He went to the Senate gym. He ran until his lungs burned and his vision blurred. He ran to outpace the realization that he wasn't winning. He was being curated. National prominence. Year 20. The rise accelerated. He was the clean candidate. The man without a scandal. The man whose opposition seemed to dissolve into irrelevance or misfortune before they could land a punch. He moved through fundraisers like a ghost through a graveyard. At a gala in Zurich, a man in a tuxedo leaned in close. He didn't offer a hand. He didn't state a name. "The architecture holds," the man whispered. The phrase was a cadence he hadn't heard in 2 decades. Pope pivoted, his pulse spiking, reaching for the man's arm to demand an explanation. The man was gone. He had vanished into the crowd of spinning bodies and loud, safe music. The vice presidency, the present. The wind whipped across the National Mall, carrying the scent of frozen rain and spent jet fuel from the flyover. Pope stood on the inaugural platform. The crowd was a sea of grey and black stretching toward the horizon. The Chief Justice held the Bible. "Repeat after me," the Justice said. Pope looked at the cameras. Millions were watching. He saw the President-elect to his left, a man of process and earnest belief. He saw the Secret Service detail, their eyes scanning the rooftops for the high-velocity threats they were trained to stop. They were looking for bullets. They weren't looking for the architecture. Pope raised his right hand. "I, Harrison Pope, do solemnly swear." His voice was steady. It didn't shake. It carried the weight of public legitimacy. Inside his mind, the memory of the cold stone floor and the vibrating hum of the octagon flickered like a strobe light. The public oath was a performance, a layer of paint over a structural steel beam. "That I will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which I am about to enter." The applause broke over him like a wave. It was loud, celebratory and hollow. He didn't feel like a leader. He felt like a component that had finally been slotted into its primary housing. The President gripped his hand. "We've got a lot of work to do, Harrison." Pope nodded. "Whatever the country needs, Mr. President." He scanned the front row of the VIP section. A man in his late 70s sat perfectly still. He didn't clap. He didn't smile. He wore a lapel pin Pope didn't recognize, a small silver gear with a broken tooth. The man caught Pope's eye for a fraction of a second. He gave a single, slow nod. The ascent was over. The maintenance was beginning. The lights in the West Wing flickered once, twice, and then died. The hum of the HVAC system cut out, replaced by the rising scream of sirens from Pennsylvania Avenue. In the sudden silence, the emergency red lighting kicked in, bathing Pope's office in the colour of an open wound. "Sir, the East Coast grid is cascading," a staffer shouted, bursting through the door. "Report," Pope barked. "Substations in Philadelphia and Newark are slagged. Coordinated cyber strikes. The President is in the PEOC. He's refusing to authorize the kinetic response." The building shook. A dull, rhythmic thudding vibrated through the floor, the sound of civil unrest breaching the outer perimeter. Pope turned to his desk. A black leather folder sat where his daily brief should be. It had no seal, no classification marking. He opened it. The document inside outlined the contingency for structural continuity. It called for the immediate suspension of habeas corpus, the centralisation of the financial grid under executive observers, and the deployment of active duty units to urban centres. It was a blueprint for a quiet coup. The door clicked shut. Pope looked up. The staffer was gone. Standing by the window was the man from the inauguration, the elderly man. "The president hesitates," the man said. His voice was a calm anchor in the storm. "He views the law as a shield. He does not understand it is a luxury of the stable." "How did you get past Secret Service?" Pope reached for the panic button under his mahogany desk. "The architecture is not guarded from itself, Harrison." A massive explosion rocked the room. The reinforced glass of the window didn't shatter, but it spider-webbed, the cracks glowing red from the fires rising in the park. The countdown had reached 0. The city was failing. "You remember the vibration of the stone," the man said. He didn't flinch as the floor buckled. The cold air, the weight of the blindfold. He began to recite: loyalty without reciprocity, silence over action, precedence over morality. The words hit Pope with the force of a physical blow. The sirens outside seemed to sync with the rhythm of the oath. "The Constitution governs the public," the man said, stepping into the red light. "We govern continuity. The president will not sign. You will." "I don't have the authority." "Authority is a consensus. We have withdrawn it from him." A secondary explosion, closer this time, tore through the communications array on the roof. The digital clock on the wall shorted out, the numbers spinning into meaningless symbols. Pope looked at the folder, then at the man. He realised with a sickening clarity that the transition wasn't coming. It was already happening. The president's hesitation wasn't a delay, it was his replacement. "One signature," the man whispered, "or the cascade continues until there is nothing left to govern." Pope reached for his pen. His hand felt like it belonged to someone else. He looked at the window, where the silhouette of the Washington Monument was framed by the black smoke of a burning city. The system was failing by design. To save it, he had to bury it. He signed. The man took the folder. He didn't thank him. "The path is cleared," the man said, and stepped back into the shadows of the doorway. The lights didn't come back on. The sirens didn't stop. Pope sat in the dark, the scent of ozone and burning rubber filling his lungs. He had just saved the country. He had also just killed the Republic. The aftermath was not a celebration. It was a dissection. Pope sat in a room that smelled of scorched copper and ozone. The emergency lights had been replaced by flickering fluorescence that hummed with a dying frequency. Outside, the smoke from the stabilization efforts hung over DC like a shroud. The contingency for structural continuity was active. Military checkpoints choked the intersections. The financial grid was frozen for verification. To the public, Pope was the hero who held the line when the president froze. To the machine, he was a heat sink, absorbing the friction of a collapsing democracy. Pope began to dig. He used his private security clearance to track the origin of the blackout. The logs, wiped. The signatures, spoofed through 3 layers of offshore shells. The command chain, dead ends. Every time he neared a source, the system shifted. It wasn't a defence, it was an edit. "Sir, the Chief of Staff's schedule for the night of the blackout. It's been redacted," his lead analyst whispered. "Not by us, by the server itself. It's self-correcting." "Who has root access?" Pope asked. "No one on the payroll, sir." The analyst was gone by morning, reassigned to a desk in Anchorage. No appeal, no explanation. Pope was being isolated. The walls of the West Wing felt like they were closing in, the air growing, thin as his allies were plucked away like loose threads. Pope's tactical error was believing his signature bought him leverage. It had only bought him responsibility. He met the president in the residence. The man looked ancient, his eyes glassy, his hands trembling as he stared at the television showing order restoration units clearing a park in Chicago. "I didn't authorize the kinetic deployment, Harrison," the president whispered. "The situation demanded it, sir. The grid didn't fail. It was disconnected." The president looked at Pope, not with anger, but with pity. "You think you're the architect. You're just the ink." Pope left the room. His pulse was a serrated edge in his throat. He realized the trap. The order didn't need him to lead. They needed him to sign so they could blame the pen when the paper caught fire. He retreated to his private study. He didn't call for a briefing. He didn't trust the phones. He pulled the physical copy of the contingency plan. He began to write. He wasn't drafting a memo. He was building a kill switch. The language, legalistic and dense. The strategy, embed oversight mechanisms disguised as procedural updates. The payload, expiration clauses that would trigger a return to constitutional law if the emergency lasted more than 90 days. He worked with the frantic precision of a man defusing a bomb in the dark. Every sentence was a tactical gamble. If the order saw the friction, they would erase the component. He heard a floorboard creak. He didn't look up. He kept writing. "The ink is still wet," the elderly man said from the corner of the room. He hadn't used the door. "The plan needs refinement," Pope said, his voice flat, "to ensure long-term stability. Stability is a byproduct of silence, Harrison, not procedure." "Then why do you need my name on the document?" The man stepped into the light. He looked at the paper. He saw the oversight clauses. He smiled, a cold mechanical stretching of skin. "We don't need your name to be right. We need it to be final." The man turned to leave. "Do not mistake your survival for importance," the man said. "You're being archived. Try not to make the process difficult." Pope was alone. He looked at his hands. They were stained with ink. The room was cold again. The vibration in the floor returning, a phantom echo of the stone octagon. He realized the cost of the oath. It wasn't his life. It was his agency. He finished the draft. He tucked the kill switch version into the official binder. He didn't know if it would work. He only knew that the entropy had reached his bones. The system was failing, and he was the one holding the structural beam as it buckled. The pen didn't just mark the paper, it punctured it. Pope shoved the leather binder across the desk. The elderly man caught it with a single skeletal hand. Outside, the flash of a thermobaric charge lit the room white. The shockwave rattled the teeth of everyone in the room. "It's done," Pope said. The elderly man didn't look at the text. He didn't check for the kill switch clauses. He tucked the binder under his arm as the door hissed open. 3 men in tactical gear, unmarked matte black plating, faces obscured by polarized visors, stepped into the room. They didn't point weapons. They stood like pillars. "The transition is locked," the man said. The city groaned. Below the west wing, the massive cooling fans of the server banks began to scream. Pope's embedded code was already hitting the architecture. The financial freeze didn't thaw, it fragmented. Data streams intended for centralized control began to loop. Authority signals hit the oversight firewalls Pope had hidden in the procedural fine print. "There's a lag," one of the tactical units said. His voice was a digitized rasp. "The grid isn't responding to the central overrides." The elderly man turned. His eyes narrowed. He looked at Pope, then at the binder. "Friction," the man whispered. "Procedure," Pope corrected. The room shook again. A structural support in the basement failed under the strain of the system cascade. Smoke began to curl from the floor vents, acrid, grey and tasting of melted silicon. "You didn't break the oath," the man said. He stepped toward Pope, the tactical units tensing. "You just made the machine grind." "The machine works for the public," Pope said, "not the continuity." The elderly man paused. He didn't strike. He didn't order the units to fire. The order didn't do revenge. They did efficiency. "You've reached your expiration," the man said. He turned and walked out. The tactical units followed, moving with the synchronized precision of a single organism. The door locked with a heavy magnetic thud. Pope was left in the dark. The screens on his desk flickered with errors. The city outside was quiet now, not because the peace was won, but because the control was broken. The archive, years later. Pope walked. He moved through the urban centre, his gait slowed by age and the residual ache in his kidneys from a 25-year-old boot. He wasn't followed. He wasn't watched. The crisis had stabilised. The system functioned, but it was slow, burdened by the oversight checks he had buried in the ink. He stopped in front of the stone building. It was still unmarked. No signage, no flags. The rain hit the pavement with a rhythmic, hollow sound. A black sedan idled at the curb. A young man, barely 22, stood by the heavy door. He looked terrified. He looked like an asset. The door opened. The young man was hauled inside. The door vanished. Pope didn't try to stop it. He didn't shout. He didn't call the police. He stood in the rain and felt the low-frequency vibration of the ground beneath his boots. The octagon was still there. The blindfolds were still weighted. He understood the design now. The Order didn't need him to believe. They didn't need his soul or his loyalty. They didn't care about the clauses he had hidden or the friction he had caused. They only needed him to be quiet when the lights went out. He turned away from the building. He walked into the crowd, becoming another grey shadow in a city of ghosts. The Oath had never demanded loyalty, only silence at the moment it mattered most. The Prospector's prompt. The air in California's High Sierra Nevada, July 2025, possessed a clarity that scraped the lungs clean. Alex Thompson breathed it in like a man reclaiming a birthright, each step on the Pacific Crest Trail crunching decomposed granite under his Salomon boots, a rhythm section to the symphony of wind through ancient pines and the distant scream of a hawk mapping thermals. He was 3 weeks out. The initial aches subsided into hardened muscle memory, the digital noise of his former life fading into the analogue hum of the wilderness. His pack, a marvel of ultralight engineering, felt less like a burden and more like a carapace, containing the distilled essentials of survival in this vertical world. Tent, sleeping system, water filter, freeze-dried sustenance calculated to the calorie, and nested securely in a padded pouch, the Trinity, his iPhone 16 Pro, its ceramic shield gleaming dully, a foldable, high-efficiency photovoltaic panel, his umbilical to the energy grid of the sun, and the small, potent miracle of the private LLM application. He'd installed it partly as a tech nerd indulgence, partly as a just-in-case. Downloading the compact but powerful Llama 3.2, Gemma 2, and Quen 2.5 models had felt like loading encyclopedias onto a device designed for ephemeral tweets. A safety net of knowledge, offline, sovereign. He'd queried Llama about local flora identification, used Quen to calculate remaining water needs against elevation gain, even asked Gemma for optimal campsite selection based on predicted wind patterns. Minor conveniences on a well-trodden path. He was Alex Thompson, late 20s, competent, perhaps running from the low-static hum of existential dread that permeated his generation's hyper-connected world, seeking something tangible in the immense indifference of the mountains. That afternoon, the indifference curdled. The sky, a canvas of serene cerulean, began to bruise along the western horizon. Clouds gathered with unnatural speed, not the puffy, aimless cumulus of summer, but dense, muscular thunderheads coalescing like a fist. The air grew heavy, charged, the light taking on a sickly yellow hue. Alex checked his phone, not for signal, useless here, but for the barometer app integrated with the iPhone's sensors. The pressure was plummeting. His weather app, last updated at dawn via a fleeting satellite link, had predicted afternoon showers, not this meteorological apocalypse brewing. Dinner time approached, the planned campsite still miles away over a high, exposed ridge. Prudence screamed louder than the rising wind. He veered off the faint trail, seeking shelter on the leeward side of a granite buttress, a cluster of stunted, lightning-scarred pines offering meagre psychological comfort. The storm broke not with rain, but with violence. Wind hit like a physical blow, tearing at the pines, whipping needles into his face. Then the electrical display began, and it was unlike anything Alex had witnessed. Not distant flashes, but intimate, terrifying strokes of raw power, etching the landscape in blinding negative, the thunder instantaneous, a physical concussion that vibrated through the rock beneath him. Close, too close. The ozone tang was thick, acrid. He felt the distinctive prickle crawling up his arms, the hairs lifting. He flattened himself against the granite, pulling his pack over his head, the synthetic fabric offering no real protection but fulfilling a primal urge to hide. A deafening crack exploded nearby, the light searing through his eyelids. He felt a bizarre, full-body thrum, a vibration deep in his bones, accompanied by a smell like burnt wiring and hot rock. Then, only the roar of the wind and the relentless drumming of rain that finally began, thick and cold. He huddled, shivering, the storm raging for what felt like an eternity, eventually succumbing to an uneasy, adrenaline-laced doze. He awoke stiff, cold, but alive. The rain had stopped. A weak, watery sunlight filtered through the bruised clouds. He sat up, scanning the surroundings. Wrong. Everything was subtly, fundamentally wrong. The familiar shape of the granite buttress seemed altered. The pines looked different. Younger, or perhaps a different species altogether. More disturbingly, the faint indentation of the PCT, his lifeline through this wilderness, was simply gone, vanished. He scrambled up, heart hammering against his ribs. He pulled out his phone, powered on thankfully. He opened the mapping app, the little blue dot that was him pulsing mockingly in a sea of undifferentiated green topographic lines. No trail overlay, no satellite connection available. He tried the compass app. It spun erratically for a moment, then settled, but the orientation felt skewed relative to the sun's position. Panic, cold and sharp, pricked at him. He forced it down, reverting to training. Sun position, terrain features, general direction. He knew roughly which way the trail should have run. He started walking, pushing through unfamiliar undergrowth, the silence profound, lacking even the distant hum of aircraft that usually threaded the background noise of the 21st century. Hours passed. The sun climbed higher. His water filter clogged more quickly than usual with unfamiliar sediment. The plants looked subtly alien, the insects louder, more aggressive. Doubt gnawed at him. Had the lightning strike addled his brain? Was he delirious? Then he heard it. The rhythmic thunk of metal on rock, the splash of water, rough voices carrying on the still air. Hope surged, quickly followed by confusion. He crested a small rise, peering through dense manzanita. Below, a muddy creek had been diverted into a series of rickety wooden sluice boxes. Men clad in rough-spun trousers, stained shirts, and wide-brimmed hats worked with shovels and pans. Their movements were economical, hard-bitten. A few mules stood tethered nearby, laden with supplies. It looked like a historical reenactment, crude and inefficient. But the sweat staining their backs, the grim set of their jaws, the sheer weariness etched into their faces. This was no performance. This was toil. This was survival. And there wasn't a scrap of Gore-Tex, a glint of modern alloy, or the whine of a single engine anywhere in sight. Alex felt the blood drain from his face. The mining operation, the clothes, the tools, they screamed a single impossible word: past. He ducked down, his breath catching in his throat. The lightning hadn't just thrown him off the trail, it had thrown him off the century. The immediate imperative was invisibility. Alex retreated from the rise, moving with the ingrained stealth of a hiker, avoiding spooking wildlife, though the stakes now felt infinitely higher. The men below weren't actors. They were prospectors, 49ers perhaps, figures lifted from sepia-toned photographs and plunged into harsh technicolor reality. His own appearance, the brightly coloured synthetic jacket, the complex architecture of his backpack, the sleek black rectangle of the phone currently tucked away, would mark him instantly as an anomaly, an impossibility. Dangerous, in a time and place where strangeness often met with suspicion, superstition, or violence. He spent the next few hours circling wide around the mining claim, following the creek downstream, relying on the assumption that water eventually led to some form of settlement. The terrain remained stubbornly unfamiliar, resisting correlation with the downloaded topographic data on his phone. The LLMs he knew held vast historical data sets, but accessing them now felt premature, risky. First, observation, information gathering, the old-fashioned way. Late afternoon brought the scent of wood smoke and the faint sounds of human activity growing louder. He approached cautiously, using tree cover, until he reached the edge of a clearing. Forest Hill. It wasn't a town in the 2025 sense. It was a raw, sprawling wound carved into the wilderness. Muddy tracks served as streets, lined with rough-hewn timber buildings, saloons with swinging doors, a general store with faded lettering, assay offices, blacksmiths hammering sparks into the twilight, and countless tents and lean-tos clinging to the slopes. The air was thick with the smells of mud, sweat, cheap whiskey, frying bacon, and the ever-present tang of disturbed earth. Men, overwhelmingly men, moved with a purpose that was either feverish, the glint of gold lust in their eyes, or exhausted, the slump of unrewarded toil. Their clothes were practical, worn, heavy wool, canvas, leather boots caked in red mud, hard faces, wary eyes. Alex felt a profound sense of dislocation, more acute even than waking up lost. This wasn't just the wrong place, it was the wrong reality stream. He retreated deeper into the woods as full dark approached, finding a secluded spot to make a cold camp. No fire, unpacking felt like, performing an autopsy on his old life. The lightweight tent, the inflatable sleeping pad, the titanium spork, artifacts from a future they couldn't conceive of. He needed to blend in. Quickly, he sorted his gear. Much of it had to go. The brightly coloured pack and clothes were unusable. He buried them carefully, along with most of his modern food packets, keeping only the densest calorie bars for emergencies. What could he salvage? His multi-tool was potentially useful, its pliers, knife, and screwdrivers universal enough. His first aid kit, invaluable, but its sterile packaging and modern components needed careful concealment. His boots might pass, though they were clearly advanced. His water filter was a godsend, but had to be used secretly. The core assets remained. The iPhone 16 Pro, now showing 68% battery, the solar panel, and his wits, amplified by the silent silicon oracles residing within the private LLM app. The next morning he emerged from the woods clad in his most subdued base layers, drab merino wool, carrying only a small nondescript stuff sack containing the phone, charger, first aid essentials, multi-tool, and remaining bars. He needed local currency, local clothes, and a plausible reason for existing. He approached the edge of town again, watching, listening. He needed an inn. He saw a livery stable, men hauling hay and mucking out stalls. Basic labour, honest, a starting point. Before approaching, he ducked behind a large oak, pulled out the phone. The Gorilla Glass screen felt impossibly smooth, alien. He opened the private LLM app, shielding the screen's glow. He typed rapidly, fingers clumsy with cold and adrenaline. Generate plausible backstory. Lone traveller, arrived Forest Hill Caliphus approx 1852, seeking work. Need common slang, social etiquette basics, typical daily wages for unskilled labour, common dangers to avoid. He selected Llama 3.2, known for its nuanced historical context. The response flowed onto the screen almost instantly, a dense block of text. He scanned quickly. Arrived overland, maybe separated from party, seeking fortune like everyone else. Common greetings. Avoid direct eye contact with rougher types. Distrust of foreigners, especially non-whites. Wages pitiful. Maybe $1 a day plus keep for stable work. Dangers. Claim jumpers, cholera, drunken brawls, bad whiskey. He absorbed what he could, pocketed the phone, took a deep breath, and walked towards the livery. The stable master, a burly man with suspicious eyes and tobacco-stained teeth, looked him up and down. Alex, recalling the LLM's advice, kept his gaze slightly averted, respectful. "Looking for work, mister," he said, pitching his voice lower, trying to roughen the edges of his 21st century diction. "Hard worker, can muck stalls, handle horses." He gestured vaguely east. "Came overland. Lost my gear. Looking to earn enough for a new stake," the stablemaster spat. "Everyone's looking. Works. Hard, pays crap," he paused. "No horses?" "Some," Alex admitted truthfully. He'd ridden as a kid. "Fine. $1 a day, grub, bunk in the loft. Steal from me, I'll see you hang." And just like that, Alex Thompson, PCT hiker from 2025, became Alex Thompson, stable hand in 1852. The work was brutal, back-breaking, mucking stalls, hauling water, repairing tack with crude tools. The grub was often salt pork and hardtack. The bunk was straw-infested with things that bit. He learned through observation, the social hierarchy, the casual racism, the constant undercurrent of desperation and violence beneath the surface optimism of the gold rush. He kept his head down, spoke little, listened intently. His merino wool clothes drew a few odd glances for their fineness, but he mumbled something about inheriting them. The biggest challenge was power. The iPhone was his lifeline, his only advantage, but it was useless dead. Each sunny afternoon he'd find an excuse to slip away, checking fences, gathering kindling, find a secluded sun-drenched spot, unfold the solar panel and plug in the phone, anxiously watching the battery percentage creep upwards. It was a constant nerve-wracking exercise in secrecy. Discovery meant questions he couldn't answer. One evening, nursing aching muscles in the hayloft, he pulled out the phone again. The private LLM app glowed softly. He queried Gemma 2, known for its efficiency. Analyze common causes of inefficiency and illness in 1850s gold mining camps based on typical practices. Suggest one minor, easily implementable improvement using only locally available materials, knowledge, presentable as common sense. Gemma responded swiftly. Major issues. Poor sanitation. Water contamination leads to dysentery, cholera. Inefficient water use in sluicing. Loss of fine gold. Poorly maintained tools. Breakage, injury. Suggestion. Advocate for designated latrine pits downhill, downstream from water sources and living areas. Frame. As preventing bad air or miasma, concepts understood in the period. A few days later, watching miners haul water from the same creek others used for washing and waste disposal. Alex saw his chance. He struck up a conversation with a couple of the less rough-looking men during a break. "Noticed folks seem sickly now and again," he commented casually, echoing language he'd overheard. "Back where I came from," he lied, gesturing vaguely. "Found it helped to keep the necessaries well away from the drinking water. Stops the air getting foul, seems like." He didn't mention germs or bacteria. He used their framework, bad air. One man grunted, another spat, but a third, older man with weary eyes, nodded slowly. "Ain't wrong. Place stinks enough already." It was a tiny seed, planted with knowledge centuries ahead of its time, translated by silicon, delivered with calculated casualness. Whether it would take root remained to be seen, but it was the first deliberate manipulation of his new reality. The first prompt executed not just on the phone, but on the world itself. The seed of sanitation, subtly planted, bore slow fruit. Alex noticed a few miners grudgingly digging rough latrines further from the creek. Cholera didn't vanish overnight. The concept of boiling water was still alien, but perhaps a few lives were less miserable, a few bouts of dysentery averted. It was a minuscule victory, achieved through careful application of knowledge, mediated by the glowing screen he consulted in secret corners of the hayloft, shielding its light like a forbidden text. The stable work provided cover, sustenance, and invaluable ethnographic data, but it was a dead end. Alex Thompson wasn't destined to muck stalls for eternity. He possessed, locked within the iPhone 16 Pro, the distilled knowledge of a future civilization. It was time to leverage it more assertively. His opportunity came through observation, amplified by AI analysis. He watched the endless cycle of digging, hauling, and washing gravel. He saw the frustration in the miners' faces as fine gold dust inevitably washed away with the tailings from their crude sluice boxes. He saw tools break, handles snap, metal fatigue costing precious time and effort. One evening, huddled in the loft, the phone plugged into the solar panel draped carefully over the edge of the hay door to catch the last rays of sun, he opened the private LLM app. This time, he directed his query to Quen 2.5, the model strong in technical specifics and planning. Analyze standard 1850s gold sluice box design, Rocker's long tom. Identify key points of fine gold loss. Propose 2 to 3 simple modifications using available materials, wood, canvas, basic metal, to improve fine gold recovery rate. Provide simple diagrams, instructions suitable for a semi-skilled carpenter. The response was detailed. Diagrams showing adjusted riffle angles, the addition of canvas linings in specific sections to trap microscopic flecks, suggestions for better water flow control using simple wooden gates. It wasn't revolutionary tech from 2025. It was optimizing 1850s tech using principles of fluid dynamics and particle physics translated into practical steps. Alex spent hours studying the output, using Llama to cross-reference historical tool availability and Gemma to simplify the language further, ensuring he could explain it without resorting to futuristic jargon. He needed capital, however small. He'd saved nearly every cent of his meagre wages. He approached Silas Croft, the weary older miner who'd seemed receptive to his sanitation suggestion. Silas had a small claim, barely productive, his hope fading visibly each day. Alex found him listlessly panning at the creek's edge. "Silas," Alex began carefully, "I've been watching the boxes. Seems like a lot of the real fine stuff might be washing through." Silas just grunted. "Everyone knows that, son. Angel dust. Can't catch it." "Maybe," Alex countered, "maybe we can catch more of it." "I worked timber mills back east," another lie, woven into his fabricated past. "Learned a bit about water flow, how it settles things. Got an idea for adjusting the riffles, maybe adding some cloth lining. Nothing fancy. Might improve the take." He sketched the LLM-derived designs in the dirt with a stick, simplifying Quen's diagrams. "Tell you what, let me work with you. I'll help you modify your sluice. My time, my know-how. If it increases your take significantly over a week, you give me a small percentage. If not, you lose nothing but a bit of wood." Silas was sceptical but had little to lose. They spent 2 days modifying his sluice box based on Alex's sketches, Alex guiding the process, carefully explaining the why in simple mechanical terms, slowing the water just so, giving the little specks a place to catch. The other miners watched with amusement or scorn. But when Silas ran his first batch of gravel through the modified sluice, the cleanup revealed significantly more fine gold dust trapped in the new canvas liners and behind the adjusted riffles than he'd ever recovered before. Not nuggets, but a heavy yellow smear that represented real value. Silas stared, then grinned, a cracked leather smile that transformed his face. Word spread like wildfire through the camp. Alex wasn't just the quiet stable hand anymore. He was the fellow who knew things. Miners started approaching him, offering percentages for his advice, for help modifying their own equipment. He used Quen within the private LLM app to calculate fair percentages, Lema to understand negotiation tactics suitable for the rough-and-tumble environment. He quit the stables, focusing entirely on his burgeoning consultancy. He still needed his phone, more than ever. Charging it became a more complex operation, finding private moments during the day, sometimes paying a trusted contact. Silas became his first ally to stand guard while the panel soaked up photons. His next step involved addressing the tool problem. He observed the blacksmith, a capable man limited by the quality of his materials and traditional techniques. Alex consulting Gemma for material science basics, and Lama for historical metallurgy context, formulated another plan. He couldn't introduce steel alloys, but he could suggest improvements in heat treatment and tempering, based on LLM analysis of 1850s capabilities. He approached the blacksmith, not with arrogance, but with collaborative curiosity. "Ever notice how the pickaxes chip right at the edge?" he might ask, then subtly introduce a concept derived from the LLM about differential tempering, keeping the core slightly softer while hardening the edge more effectively. He used the private LLM app to generate simple procedural steps the blacksmith could understand and test. The result? Tools that held their edge longer, resisted shattering. The blacksmith, initially wary, became another ally, his productivity and Alex's commission soaring. Alex was accumulating capital now, real gold dust and nuggets stored securely. He needed to move beyond consulting. He used the private LLM app again, tasking Quen with analysing the camp's supply chain bottlenecks and Lama with assessing local resource availability, timber, water rights, potential agricultural land. The synthesis pointed to a clear opportunity, a reliable, well-managed supply store and potentially leveraging his growing reputation, assay services. Miners were often cheated by unscrupulous buyers in Sacramento. Reliable local assaying, based on sound, LLM-provided chemical principles Alex could implement with basic equipment, would be invaluable. He partnered with Silas and the blacksmith, pooling capital and expertise. They secured a prime location, built a solid timber structure, designed with slightly better structural integrity thanks to Gemma's engineering prompts. Alex managed the logistics using Quen to calculate inventory needs and optimize supply runs to Sacramento, minimizing costs and maximizing profit. He established the assay office within the store, performing meticulous, though secretly AI-guided assessments of miners' finds, quickly gaining a reputation for honesty and accuracy. He became Thompson, a man of substance, his origins increasingly irrelevant next to his demonstrable competence. The iPhone, his silent partner, remained his most guarded secret. The glowing screen consulted late at night. its silicon heart pulsing with the knowledge that was steadily transforming not just his fortune, but the very fabric of Forest Hill itself. He was no longer just surviving, he was building. The assay office and supply store, Thompson and Croft Reliable Merchants, became the commercial anchor of Forest Hill, its reputation for fair dealing and quality goods, underpinned by Alex's uncanny knack for anticipating needs, thanks to Quen's predictive modelling based on camp, population, mining yields and seasonal changes, solidified his position. Wealth flowed, not just in gold dust, but in influence. He was no longer merely adapting, he was beginning to shape his environment with increasing deliberation. The LLMs within the private LLM app weren't just tools for personal gain anymore, they became instruments for systemic change. Alex looked beyond the immediate scramble for gold. He saw the environmental degradation, hillsides stripped bare, creeks choked with silt. He saw the social ills, rampant alcoholism, preventable diseases, the lack of structure beyond rough frontier justice. His 21st century sensibilities, amplified by the vast knowledge base accessible via Llama, recoiled. He couldn't introduce environmental regulations, the mindset didn't exist, but he could promote efficiency that coincidentally reduced waste. He began investing his growing capital, guided by LLM analysis. Querying Llama on sustainable 19th century practices and Gemma on relevant engineering principles, he identified key leverage points. Sanitation remained critical. He quietly funded the digging of deeper, better-sited communal latrines and rudimentary drainage ditches, framing it purely as civic improvement and disease prevention, miasma control. Clean water was next. Using LLM-derived geological insights, he identified a more reliable spring source higher up the slope, less likely to be contaminated. He financed the construction of a simple wooden aqueduct, again designed with slightly optimized flow dynamics suggested by Gemma, bringing cleaner water closer to the main settlement. He didn't preach germ theory. He offered convenience and demonstrably clearer water. Usage followed. Agriculture was another frontier. The miners relied almost entirely on expensive imported supplies. Alex used Llama to research suitable crops for the climate and soil, and Gemma for principles of crop rotation and basic irrigation adapted for the Sierra foothills. He purchased tracts of less desirable mining land downstream, hired workers, offering better wages and conditions than most mining operations, and began experimenting. He introduced contour ploughing to reduce erosion, framed as keeping the good soil, simple check dams for water management, making the creek work smarter, and crop rotation, resting the soil to keep it strong. The initial yields were modest but proved the concept. Local food production was possible, reducing reliance on costly supply lines. His influence inevitably attracted opposition. Jedediah Stark, a brutish saloon owner and moneylender who thrived on the miners' desperation and controlled several key mining claims through intimidation, saw Alex as a threat. Alex's promotion of temperance, subtly suggesting watered-down whiskey in his own dealings, based on LLM health data about alcohol's impact on productivity, and his fair assaying practices cut into Stark's predatory ecosystem. Furthermore, Alex's growing network of allies, Silas the blacksmith, miners grateful for fair prices or effective tools, newcomers attracted by the marginally more civilized atmosphere Alex fostered, represented a shift in the camp's power dynamics. Stark began with rumours. Alex was too clever, unnatural, perhaps in league with shadowy forces, a projection of Stark's own methods. Accidents started happening near Alex's operations. A suspicious fire damaged a section of the aqueduct. Tools went missing from his agricultural project. Alex knew direct confrontation was foolish. He turned to the private LLM app, consulting Llama on historical power struggles and Quen on risk analysis and counter-strategies within the context of 1850s frontier justice, or lack thereof. The consensus: build alliances, solidify economic indispensability, avoid direct provocation, but be prepared for escalation. Alex strengthened his position. He formalized agreements using Quen to help, draft simple contracts that offered mutual benefit and security to his partners and employees. He established a rudimentary lending system through his store, offering fairer rates than Stark, further eroding the saloon owner's grip. He funded a basic schoolhouse, hiring a teacher and subtly guiding the curriculum via LLM pedagogical suggestions towards practical skills, literacy, arithmetic, basic geology, agriculture, creating a generation with slightly better prospects than mere shovel work. The tension culminated one night when Stark and several heavily armed thugs cornered Alex outside his store. It wasn't a robbery, it was an intimidation play, likely prelude to an accident. "Thompson," Stark growled, his breath thick with whiskey. "Getting too big for your britches. This camp don't need fancy ideas. It needs men who dig." Alex, outwardly calm but inwardly accessing Llama's negotiation tactics and threat assessment protocols, didn't back down, but neither did he escalate. "Stark," he replied evenly. "My business helps miners keep more of what they dig. Clean water keeps them digging longer. Learning helps their children do more than just dig. There's room enough for all of us, if we build smartly." Before Stark could retort, Silas Croft and the blacksmith emerged from the shadows, armed with shotguns, followed by a half-dozen grim-faced miners who owed Alex their loyalty or livelihood. Stark, facing a united front, hesitated. His power relied on isolating his victims. This was different. He spat on the ground. "This ain't over, Thompson." He and his men backed away into the night. It was a temporary victory, hard won through calculated social engineering and the quiet power of foresight. Alex knew Stark wouldn't give up, but the balance had shifted. He wasn't just a merchant anymore, he was a nascent civic leader. He redoubled his efforts, subtly introducing more whispers of the future. He guided the blacksmith towards experimenting with bellows designs based on LLM aerodynamic principles, improving forge efficiency. He discussed basic principles of steam power derived from Gemma's physics modules with a curious mechanic who tinkered with water pumps, framing it as harnessing the creek's power more effectively. He introduced the concept of standardized interchangeable parts for sluice boxes and tools, using Quen to generate simple specification sheets. Each innovation was small, incremental, grounded in the possible, yet cumulatively transformative. Forest Hill was still a rough gold camp, but under Alex's quiet guidance, filtered through the silicon brain in his pocket, it was becoming something more, an incubator for a subtly altered future. The architect was laying foundations only he could fully comprehend. Years bled into decades. Alex Thompson, the stranger who walked out of the woods, became a fixture, then a pillar, then a legend in Forest Hill, and his influence spread outwards across the burgeoning state of California. The gold rush fever eventually cooled, but the foundations Alex had laid, sustainable agriculture, rational infrastructure, fairer commerce, an emphasis on practical education, allowed the community to transition and thrive where many other boomtowns withered into ghost towns. He never held formal office, preferring to operate through influence, investment, and the quiet dissemination of carefully selected knowledge. His secret remained intact, though the burden of it settled deep into his bones. The iPhone 16 Pro, meticulously maintained, its battery health carefully managed through judicious charging cycles via increasingly sophisticated, though still fundamentally 19th century solar gathering setups he devised with trusted artisans, was now an aging artifact. The private LLM app still functioned flawlessly. The local models, Lama, Gemma, Quen, his silent, constant advisors. But the device itself was finite. Its casing was worn, the screen perhaps less responsive. The solar panels grew less efficient. He knew his unique advantage had lifespan. The loneliness of his position was profound. He formed friendships, mentored promising individuals, even experienced fleeting romances. But the core truth of his origin remained an unshareable chasm. How could he explain consulting a pocket-sized glass rectangle that held the accumulated knowledge of a world yet unborn? He watched his contemporaries age, grapple with the challenges of their time using only the tools of their time, while he possessed insights that felt like cheating, like wielding a divine artifact. There were moments of intense temptation to introduce antibiotics, electricity grids, internal combustion engines, leaps that could reshape the world overnight. But the LLMs themselves, particularly Lama when queried on the socio-historical impact of abrupt technological introductions, consistently cautioned restraint. Chaos, societal collapse, unforeseen consequences, the risks were astronomical. Frank Herbert's warnings about prescience and the traps of predetermined futures echoed in Lama's synthesized prose. Progress had to be organic, seeded, not imposed. He focused on building robust, resilient systems and empowering people. He invested heavily in education, establishing not just schools but libraries stocked with carefully curated books, sometimes subtly enhancing texts with footnotes or appendices derived from LLM knowledge, and technical institutes focused on improved trades, agriculture, and basic engineering. He promoted cooperative ventures, fairer banking practices, using Quen to model stable financial systems, and infrastructure projects, roads, bridges, irrigation networks, always designed with slightly superior engineering principles gleaned from Gemma, ensuring longevity and efficiency. He guided research into improved metallurgy and material science, leading local industry away from brute force towards more refined techniques. He never published scientific papers. He simply asked the right questions, funded the right experiments, and connected the right people. Jedediah Stark remained a thorn, representing the old ways of exploitation, but his influence waned as Alex's network of educated, prosperous, and loyal citizens grew. Their final conflict wasn't one of violence, but of economics and politics, ending with Stark's financial ruin and retreat into obscurity, a victory for systemic change over brute force. As Alex entered his later years, a respected, almost mythic figure known for his wisdom and foresight, he began the final phase, securing the legacy. He identified individuals not just of intelligence, but of ethical character, mentoring them, instilling the principles of rational inquiry, long-term planning, and social responsibility that he, guided by his secret oracle, championed. He commissioned intricate mechanical calculation engines based on Babbage-esque principles optimized by Quen, capable of handling complex logistics and planning for the growing state. He endowed research foundations with carefully worded charters, nudging inquiry towards areas the LLMs identified as critical paths for sustainable development: materials, science, energy efficiency within the context of steam and water power, public health, information management. He meticulously documented key knowledge, not in plain text, but often encoded within architectural plans, agricultural almanacs, or complex mechanical designs, using methods suggested by Lama for long-term information preservation in a pre-digital age. Perhaps only another intelligence centuries later could fully decipher the embedded layers of advanced understanding. The phone, its battery finally failing beyond the ability of the aging solar panels to reliably revive, was given a ritualistic farewell. Alex, Alone in the Sierra foothills near where he'd first arrived, powered it down one last time. The screen went dark, taking with it the direct link to his impossible past. He buried it deep, encased in pitch and lead, a time capsule containing the seed of another timeline. He felt not loss, but completion. The crutch was gone. The structures it had helped build now had to stand on their own. Epilogue. Glimpse. Jump forward. 1950s. California is recognizable, yet different. Cities are cleaner, planned with more foresight regarding resources and environment. Technology has advanced, perhaps reaching early 20th century levels slightly faster, but with curious divergences, a greater emphasis on durable goods, efficient public transit, sustainable agriculture integrated into urban landscapes. Global conflicts seem less frequent, diplomacy more rooted in rational resource management, echoes of systems Alex subtly promoted. Historians puzzle over the California acceleration, attributing it to a unique blend of gold rush dynamism and the unusually forward-thinking civic planning and educational foundations laid by figures like the semi-legendary Alex Thompson, the Prospector of Progress, whose origins remained shrouded in mystery, but whose legacy was written across the face of a world subtly, yet profoundly, altered for the better. The altered tapestry held. The prompt had been executed.